Well, hello everybody. In today's video, we are going to start our progress of building an awesome city on this peninsula here. We were lucky that we rolled a rich berry and a rich wild animal deposit. We're going to go for as many food types as we can. One of the great new market mechanics is now, in order to hit your 4 food types, you can intermingle foods now. And I'll go into details on how to do that. We're going to be dialing in our workers, making sure they're placed in appropriate locations, and just in general, try to make the coolest and most efficient city we possibly can. Now the skill points that I'm going to use for this build are going to be apple orchards, trapping so that I can get advanced skinning to get the double meat, beekeeping for honey, and then trade logistics and barter deals to reduce the cost of barley. And that is how we're going to obtain the majority of our alcohol. So right there you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skill points. Now the first thing that I like to do is protect my berries. Essentially what you do is you place a farm plot around the berries. This protects them from accidentally getting cut down by foresters and woodcutters, okay? That's why you see people do this all the time. This is a tried and true methodology. Some people don't like the way it looks. Hopefully in the future, you won't need to do this anymore, but I will say that the farm plot also helps you to not place a building down over it, which will always delete them. So you can see that I have protected my berries. The second thing that I like to do is put a circle around my wild animals. Wild animals will run away from people and buildings, but to keep people from wandering in here, they're very adamant about following pathfinding. So we've found that the circle does a really good job of eliminating your animals running off, which is a current glitch that's kind of happening. So this is just a safety protocol. This also tells me, hey, don't go in there. So we have ourselves a beautiful circle, and I am going to connect to the best of my ability. Road like this. Now I want to try to make this build look as natural and nice as possible. Every episode is going to be highly edited, but let's start off. The game has changed quite significantly. Only storehouses and granaries can now operate market stalls. Also, the benefits from having multiple food types and all of that have been nerfed significantly. What we need to do to get everybody above 50% is obtain 2 food types and get everybody in a house. So what we're going to do is rush a logging camp, and I'm going to put this over here. And this is a great location because you want to keep your buildings in the beginning of the game as close as possible to the areas you're doing everything, because you only have 1 ox to move logs. The second thing we're going to get up is a food supply. And so we're going to get our wild animals up right here. This building is free, so we're going to prioritize that. The second thing that I want to prioritize is getting a forager hut up, a granary, market stall, and well. But we're going to let them take their time. The game is one of the best looking games I've ever played, and sometimes you can get very top-down view, especially in a management game, and you just don't take the time to appreciate the hard work. This is a brand new map to Manor Lords, and while we're just in a clearing field, it does not look very majestic, I agree. But when we get our city out over here, it is going to look very, very cool. My hope is to try to build as many people as possible. Now that market stalls are limited to only being able to carry 20 goods, you essentially want to build your burgage plots in groups of 20. For instance, if I have 22 burgage plots, I'm going to need an extra fuel stall. I'm going to need an extra stall for fuel and clothing. And I'm going to need extra stalls for the food types that I have to have. So there's this immediate cost once you go from 20 burgage plots to 21. So you want to make sure you're placing multiple burgage plots down when you're making these leaps. I will go over my strategies and tactics for this, but just to emphasize, we're not going to go over 20 burgage plots until every family is here. And then we're going to have ourselves a great little push. So we are getting the logging camp up. We're going to slap 3 people in there to start clear cutting as much trees as possible. Eventually, I do plan on moving the lumber camp over to this area, but like I said, we want to keep things as tight as possible in the beginning. Now we have the hunting camp up. We're going to put this up to 1. This is a rich deposit. The going rule of thumb is 50% of the population. So we're going to put this at half, which is 20. This right here should net me about 200 meat a year if I were to get multiple people. Now I also want to tell people another thing. If your generic storage gets full, you'll stop harvesting meat because they have nowhere to put the leather. So you need a storehouse. But realistically speaking, you could just slap down another hunting camp because they are free. It's just going to cost you that little extra time to build it up, but they're pretty easy to build. So what we're going to do is do 2 hunting camps so that when this one gets full of leather, I can alternate it out. Like I said, my focus primarily right now is getting the food, getting the granary, and just getting everything going. Now, what I like about what we have here is that we have the meat and we have the wild berries right here. So I want to avoid anywhere that I think I'm going to be farming. This whole area right here, I'm going to be definitely doing Emmer on. Even though it's low, anything over 40% fertility is still going to get you a good gain. Now, I could have gone into rye, but realistically speaking, we're going to be able to get enough Emmer. And because I'm going to be pushing our population to pretty extreme limits, I'm not too worried about the labor cost. I've had good success with just Emmer fields, and I'll show you how I do that. So just, stick around and you'll see what I do. We don't need to have perfect bread. The bread is going to complement the berries. So the bread and berries are going to be one food group. Now you can split. You don't have to have one food type maxed out. You can intermingle them. You just have to have 4 different food varieties and it will split it up. And I'll show you how that works in the later stages. So it really opens up a whole new play style to this game. And before I forget, you should also definitely put down another hitching post and get an ox as soon as possible. A current glitch that's occurring is that the ox can sometimes be summoned from a faraway region, so it can take a significant time for that second ox to reach you. I try my best not to overwhelm the individuals as they are doing their jobs. You do want them kind of dialed in. So let's speed this bad boy up a little bit. Okay, we have our logging camp. I'm going to put 3 people in here. I'm also going to go to the advanced tab and set the work area to right here. So now I do not have to worry about these logging camps destroying anything over here because I have protected it. Beautiful. So we do know that we're going to do farming here. So what I think I'm going to do is place a granary right here. Place the market stall right behind it. We're just going to do a generic little market stall, but let's make it look a little nice, right? Make this little road from the meat area, granary. And we're going to place our market stall in a backyard extension right here. There we go. And the reason that we're building the granary is because we need the granary to get a market stall. You can no longer use hunting camps or any other building to generate market stalls. It has to be a granary. So the only way for us to get this up is to do so. The next objective is going to be boards and getting a church up to just greater strengthen that approval rating. But this is the fastest way we can get our approval rating up. That also benefits us by getting food. We were in March. Had I started in winter, I would have probably prioritized wood cutting. So given the difficulty, given the scenario, everything is relative. In this scenario, this is a good strategy. The hitching post is up. We're going to order an ox. We can see our other ox, which I cannot say the name of. I'm going to call him Larry. He is bringing a trunk over to, or I don't know where Larry's going. I think Larry's off on the sauce again. Lady. Come back. Oh, she's dragging the log to storage. That's so annoying. So that's another problem is you could say that building the logging camp first is a little annoying now because there's a couple things going on here. But that's all right. We're having a good time. These guys are, digging and they look like they're happy. I mean, who wouldn't be? What are their names? Lawrence and Thauman. So like Tom, and it's definitely like Larry or Lauren. Like Lauren and Tom has a great fashion sense. If I were to go downtown right now wearing a bright orange tunic, and I mean actually that is he's got color coordination on lock, and he's got it locked down. You can see our supplies are over here. I also want to get this bread. The spoilage is very high because it's on the ground. So the sooner we get this granary up, the better. Now they are hauling the stone by back. So this is another advantage to having everything as close as possible. My goal is to try to get our first family by May, but we need to get the approval up before we can do that. We definitely want to get our first forager. I'm going to set our forager. I usually set them right next to the berry patches, but I really like this land for farming. So let me think a second here. Because you see the farmland comes down here. Right here is probably the perfect place for our berries to be. I'm going to put a road going sideways from the berry. I do want to maximize as much emmer as possible. I do anticipate that the population of this town will be quite high. I want to make it as cool as possible. We're going to go right here. And that protects the farmland that we want. Yeah, we lost just a little bit. We're not going to build on orange. So yeah, right here is going to be it. So we actually have some more room here. We may even put a woodcutter in this region and just make sure that it doesn't impact the animals. Everyone is hard at work. Our magical... Ooh, we got our second ox. Name... No, that's not... That's the same ox. The ox, he who shall not be named for monetization reasons. I can spout conspiracy theories about New Jersey drones, but the minute I speak in another language, YouTube bans me. We're going to speed this up just a tad bit. We just need to get this forager going to get the second food type. We got our granary. I'm going to pull this down to one person because we have plenty of logs now. I'm going to put one individual in the granary. We have enough for the houses that we want to build. Again, I want to be very careful about where I put things. This area right here is perfect for our first settlement. We're going to build these houses in a nice little pattern, like a nice little community. I'm going to use a happy smile or a half circle. There we are. We're going to build these 3 houses with double burgage plots. This is going to allow 6 families. Now we're only going to build double burgage plots because double burgage plots only consume 1 fuel, which is another added advantage. And also, because of the way that market mechanics work now, fewer burgage plots you have, the fewer market stalls you need. And we'll go more into those logistics. I also have a guide on market stalls and how all that works. If you would really like specifics, go to my channel and check out my guides column. Everyone is doing a fantastic job. We're getting our meat. We're almost full on hides. We're going to increase the priority of the forager hut. I have noticed and others have noticed that building things does seem to take just a little bit more time. But our glorious and wonderful ox, Larry, is transporting this log to the forager, so that should get up soon. Once I get these multiple food types, I'm going to get that bonus. And once I get everyone out of the cold and into a nice house, they will stop hating me. Slightly. More people will approve of me than disapprove. Which is a really good place to be in life, because quite honestly, sometimes I feel like more people disapprove of me than approve. If I could get a 51% approval rating in life, I think I would be in a better place. And there we go. Now we have a gentleman in the forager. The madame over here is with our goat, that's not a goat, our ox, Larry. All right, we're getting these houses up. I'm going to allow them to focus on these houses. So we're in a great place. We have a food stall, and we have a granary. I like your style. He looks... I mean, I think that I'm going to go on Amazon after this and order this getup. It's just, Lawrence is really fashionable, and to be honest, I feel like if I were to embrace the Lawrence style of life, that it would improve vastly my social interactions. Just another day on the job, guys. But once we get these beautiful and majestic burgage plots up, we're going to be in terrific shape. Now, these burgage plots are most likely going to be dedicated to berries and hunting. We're going to need to think wisely about where we put buildings and making sure that those individuals have jobs near them. I want to be a little bit more intelligent about the way I place things. I know people have asked that I focus on more of the efficiency of design, and so that will be a big direction for this Let's Play. All right, it's April. We're going to speed this up. We just need to get these houses up, and we already have 2 food types. Right now, the granary worker is just a little overwhelmed bringing all the food from all these areas. Our generic storage is 1 over. It looks like they may have allowed us to do mass storage. Abundance of caution, I'm going to pull him out and throw him over here. Okay. And at this time, I'm going to pull the last logging camp out so that I have 2 families building. Let's get these guys up so we can hit 54 before the end of April. I probably should have honestly done that a little bit earlier. And look at these majestic, wonderful, and beautiful houses. We're going to upgrade these to the extended living spaces. These 3 will have 6 homes in total for us. Okay. And so now what we can do is get this extra living space up. And we're also going to get up the storehouse, which I'm going to place, hopefully, somewhere cool. I like this spot right here. Right here. Perfect. It's a grand place. Get the storehouse up, which we'll be able to put firewood and clothing into this area. And also, most importantly, just get all of our stuff off the floor. Which isn't doing anything bad to us, but I just don't like the way it looks. But we do actually have firewood already. So now if I get this storehouse up, we will get the benefit from giving firewood out to people. I'm going to save the 30 wealth that I have for my veggie farms. We actually currently have 3 food types, so we're doing beautiful. We have 2 ox doing a fantastic job. We're going to get these houses up. Everybody is now off of the streets. We were getting our 3rd family members. We're at 49% approval rating. So once I get this storehouse up, we're going to put an individual into this location, and we will have firewood, 2 types of food. We are in May, so I'm hoping to attract... There we go. I'm hoping to attract our first individual at the end of May. I'm going to put a person into the logging camp now that we are at a timber, and away we go. Very awesome. We have 1 month of fuel. What I'm trying to do is just get that little bit of 51% bonus. All right, and we are actually going to put a woodcutter's hut right here in this area. We will make sure that we do not impede on the wild animals. I'm going to pull our individual out of hunting. The storehouse has now removed all of the leather, and we're sitting in a really good place. We'll get a tannery up with our 6-person likely, but we need to get boards first. I am going to maintain board production over here and rely on logs being brought to it. I've learned the hard way that it's better to have your boards near where things are being produced with boards. And it's just a preference that I think will yield good results. We are above 53% now in May. We have a market food variety bonus of +5. We just got our first family in June. Awesome. So this is, in fact, a de facto perfect start guide, potentially pending any changes. Sometimes your approval ratings can be kind of weirdly fluctuating, so had that been 49, I wouldn't have got that family. But overall, we did a good job. So what we need to do is maintain that approval. So we have over here a woodcutter's lodge, which we're going to turn on. And then we're also going to get up a facility for cutting boards right next to our storage. And right next to all these beautiful houses. Now, one thing I want to do is make sure that I have really nice pathways in and around my town. And we're going to put the saw pit right here next to the storehouse. It's fantastic. We also want to come to the woodcutter's lodge, go to the advanced tab, and set the work area. This is another nice reason for having a circle around your animals. Is you can easily identify the location of where you want your radius. We have plenty of firewood here. It's beautiful. We're also going to need boards to build a bridge. We're also going to build a boardwalk in our town, which is something that I don't see a lot of people doing. And it's a neat little trick you can do with roads, and I will show you in a future episode how to do that when we have the resources to do so. All right, we are at 100% variety. So once we get the boards going, we'll be able to get a tannery up and a church. That is our next objective. These people need The Lord, and we shall provide. We shall provide the Lord to these people. Now time also to get the well up. A well will fulfill the needs of 15 burgage plots. Water access is needed to go to tier 2. Saw pit is getting in motion. Alright, we also want to get another house up. We're above 51% again. We need to get a house up ASAP. Water access is needed to go to tier 2. Saw pit is getting in motion. Alright, once that saw pit is up, we also want to get another house up. We're above 51% again. We need to get a house up ASAP. We have a good little bit of room right here, but buildings close to your animals will scare them. So we want to be a little mindful of that. So let's look for an area that we do not intend on doing anything in. Barley too. So you can, even on this orange stuff, sometimes grow barley. We have the worst barley. We're probably not even going to bother trying to grow barley. And that's fine. So let's just avoid the emmer. So we have kind of like a natural flow right here, I think. We also want to make sure that in our saw pit, before we turn it on, we're setting a timber limit of 5. This is how much you need for the church. This will save you a lot of banging of the heads. I put mine to 4 once, and then I needed 1 log to build the church. Very upset. Make sure that this snaps in right. All right, we're doing beautiful. We have 3 timber. We need 1 more timber to build those houses. I'm going to just preemptively build 1 house because we do need to get another house up. All right, we're going to just do this one right here. That's really weird. And we're going to slap that up to the highest priority. We need to get it up immediately. Before the end of June, please. We have 2 ox, so hopefully we can get this going. Typically when I do a perfect start guide, I film it about 5 or 6 times because I'm always like, oh, I could have done this just a little bit better. I could have just done this just a little bit better. The game feels just a tad bit different in the flow, so it does kind of throw you off. All right, I'm not going to upgrade this house because I wanted until the month ticks because I wanted available for the family to move in. So even though I should have, in my opinion, had this house up just a tad bit faster, we still were able to make it in time. All right, we're doing a great job. 1 individual over there. Logging, we have 1 person doing berries. We have 1 person doing woodcutter. We have 1 person in the storehouse. We have 1 person in the granary. And soon we'll have 1 person making boards. Right now we're above 50%. So I just want to focus on maintaining what we have. And what we have is beautiful. A beautiful thing. Now I'm trying to scope out church locations. I think right here is a probably excellent place for the church. All right, we got our next family. So we're going to double this burgage plot up. A beautiful thing. And we're going to put 1 individual into the saw pit. Actually, we don't have enough logs. So let's double up the log people and let everybody else catch up. We need a bit of logs first. We just went below 50% again. That's why, you know, getting a church up as fast as possible, once you're able to maintain that 51%, just makes your life a whole lot less RNG on attracting those families. Our food is wonderful. We have 177 berries, 25 meat. The meat, we don't have anyone hunting at the moment. We're going to pull out of berries because we have enough and a lot of it's going to spoil. The animals are at 29 and we're going to go back into meat. I want to maintain the 2 food type bonus. It would really suck to miss out on a family because I was not paying attention to that. We have enough room for the church. And then over here, I want to get... look at that. But this one doesn't have an extension. I think we'll wait until we get the church up. We still have 1 extra living space. And the church is going to be coming up pretty soon. I'm going to put 1 person. No unassigned families to guide the ox. That actually is a problem. I'm going to take 1 individual out of there. We have 6 logs. So now any extra log we have will be brought over to the saw pit with the spare family. So I guess you could say the advantage to assigning 1 person to the hitching post is to make sure that you do not forget to have unassigned families. But I still shy away from ever doing that. The 2 ox are definitely helping, and we're not too far away, the saw pit, from where we need to be. But yeah, it doesn't look like you get a bonus from the well going up, so the well is technically just a requirement of going to tier 2. I'm hoping at some point they give us an amenity or approval bonus, I should say, for the well, because that would make a whole lot of sense. You know, having access to drinking water typically makes people just a tad bit happy. We have 25 months worth of fuel, so I'm going to pull this individual out. There's absolutely no reason to have that much fuel. Firewood is also a good early game trade. We're going to throw him back into... Actually, berries is good too. I do tend to micromanage quite a bit in the very beginning, but later I go to a set it and forget it approach for the majority of my village. We do now have 20 planks and the wood available. We are going to build a glorious and wonderful church. And shrines are free. And so I want to make the back area behind this gorgeous. We're going to build these little shrines out. And we also still have some spare logs, so we can get this house out. Okay, look at that. I can get the extension right there. I think that looks a little weird. So I think what we're going to do actually is come with these houses from a different angle. Oh yeah, look at that. That's kind of cool. We got that house entry right there, house there, extension, extension, extension. I like it. Just a little bit different. And looking out, we got ourselves our little village. Growing strong, a mighty river. We're going to be doing some great things here. Okay, so now that we have the church, our priority is focusing on growing the town. So I will need to build out our first Brondo, and I will need to start getting this area out. Now what I'm thinking about doing is bringing a lot of food production into this area, but I will also need to bring in industries and things to utilize the population that's here. We may actually have to have 2 bridges for that reason, because there's lots of logging and things that can be done here. Because this map is so big, there's going to be a balance between efficiency and using all of our space. Also, putting the majority of our population on this peninsula and then building a giant fortification here, I think is going to look really cool. So we'll have a fortified entry point into this location, and we'll have multiple bridges that we can cross. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Manor Lords' Perfect Peninsula campaign. Today we're building a bridge, because nothing screams civilization like a glorified plank highway over water. We'll need lots of boards, so cue the Urukai vibes, because these trees are coming down. And over here, we're going to be looking at starting some farming, and checking out more bridges, because... what's a peninsula without, like, at least two bridges? We'll also be focusing on logistics of getting firewood over here in the future. I want to preface this by saying that firewood and water are the 2 things that people have to travel to get. So we'll be using overstock mechanics to place firewood within the confines of the city to make things a little bit more logistically sound. We'll also be gearing up for war, because in the medieval age, it is a clash of steel and the thunder of cries through these fields. The kings will rise and fall, banners will burn, and the soil will drink deeply of the blood, and our trees shall grow on this foundation of misery. Now, there's a little bit of combat in this game, and we do need to be prepared for it, so we'll be going into how to make some bows. So, away we go. Another thing that I want to do, because we are going to need an absurd amount of boards at this juncture, is get a secondary logging camp up. I'm not going to use this for anyone to work from, but it's the only building that can store logs. So what happens is, if you only have 1 logging camp, you hit 28 logs and then they just stop working. But if you have an extra logging camp like this, they'll fill that logging camp too. So you can spam logging camps in a way to effectively increase your storage. But yes, we will have our woodcutter's lodge here, we will have storehouse for firewood here, and we'll use an overstock feature to ship it from this location to this location. That is one really interesting thing now about the overstock feature and logistics, and just understanding that you have to use the overstock feature if you want them to overstock a market stall, and we'll get into what that means more when they do it. But this allows us to preemptively load areas with those oddball scenario resources to make things a little bit better. We also have a nice area over here but I don't know if I will build a bridge over to it. I want to have minimal bridges. We're going to have a castle here. The bridges will give us an area that we can fight from, and away we go. So we are getting these 2 burgage plots up over here, and we're also getting this church up. Everything is in great order. Once we get the bridge up, we're going to go into a Brondo, and we might end up doing multiple Brondos. Now, I have a whole guide on how to do the Brondo on my page. I have a whole guide section. Should be the 2nd tab if you're interested in more information. It's going to be pretty big. I also have another design I'm working on, which I'm calling either the Flexo or the Hive. The Flexo just does sound funny, but it is basically a hive because it is veggies, apples, and honey all in one thing. One of the issues, though, it is rather large. So I would like to showcase it, and I would like to get us set up in a good way. Unfortunately, what I'm going to need is quite a bit of tiles. It's actually a square. It has 8 plots of 0.8. It's a little weird, and it's a concept. I think I can improve on it, but I really, really like it. And if I were to put it here, I think it would do us well. Because if I put it here, then I can put another Brondo right here, and we'd still have room on the sides for housing up against the waterway, and we'd still have room for an industrial little hub here, because I think a lot of industry, like we could actually put firewood storage right here, so they're going and getting the wood, and then the market stall has a much smaller distance. Also, this stall over here could also have firewood in it too. So there are a lot of really good options. I'm very excited about the prospect of what we can build here. But we're going to need wood, we're going to need boards, and we're going to need a whole lot of other ox named Larry. And no other oxes with bad names. What happened to the good oxes? The Bartholomews. Oh my god. What an awful name. But the shrines are up. The wooden church is going to be our next highest priority. Now keep in mind, they have to move the boards by hand, and they have to move the stone by hand. So you'll notice I did not build 2 granaries or anything like that. You have enough stone to build a granary and a church on the normal conditions, which is what this is. This is just a normal game, normal rules, nothing fancy, nothing weird. Well, there's a couple things weird about this village, but nothing within the game rules, at least. But yeah, be really careful that you don't mess up and try to build like 2 granaries, because then you'll have to get stone to get your church up. Now we're at 55% because of the food market variety bonus and the lack of homelessness. So that's really good. You can see we're at +2 now, even though we have a market variety of 100. So having extra varieties did seem to actually, like having that 3rd variety of bread does still seem to give you a higher bonus like it did before. Having firewood just prevents people from being cold. The next bonus that we're going to want, of course, is the tannery. So we have a tannery here that we can put into play. What I'm kind of hoping to do is do kind of a little mixed industry area. All the storage is over here. That's fine. We have people who can work here and there. I want to have all of my farms kind of lining right here. The farmers will have to walk a bit of a distance, but the workers will be fine. There is a thing, like, to make an entirely efficient city, I would just do the Shield 2.0. But the new maps want you to be creative. And so what we're going to do is create something creative, and then I'm going to show you how to make it just as efficient as the shield design by using the mechanics that are in the game now. The amount of control that you have over things is pretty insane. All right, Grovar has its first perk. We are instinctively going to get orchards. And I believe now we have our spear. So when you get the storehouse up and you get your first 5 burgage plots and you get your rank, you come here and you click on the spear militia. There you go. You get 20 spears and 20 shields. I just don't have 20 people who can fight. Now the second thing that we're going to do is look for bandit camps. Once we hit 20 pop, we can take a bandit camp ourselves with only losing 1 to 2 people. Or we can wait for the Baron to march out and try to take the camp, and then we can steal it from him. So we're in good shape. We have about 1 year to prepare ourselves. But if we can take a bandit camp out, we can get mercenaries, and we can do all types of stuff. Now this is an interesting map, because over here we have a wild berry and salt rich. We have rich salt over here in the best farmland in the game. This would be a good place if we can trade meat for salt and go into sausages. I typically don't like to do this, but I'm seeing a pretty good synergy here. And we need a place with the best farmland to make a barley trade station. We are most likely not going to be able to get all the barley we need from trade simply because of pathfinding issues. And if I go to a high population, at least the mules, which could be located pretty much around here, and then we can have the storage for barley here. We can try to shorten the distance, but we could get a lot of barley out of this region right next to us. That is another fortunate thing. I want to go for a high population, and I want to also test the bounds of food mechanics, which is something that people have been asking and requesting, is to say, hey, show us a city that can get all these foods. And now that you can use any of the food groups that you can gather to meet the four food type demands, it means you can actually build bigger cities. And it also means that every food matters to an extent. It depends on how you organize things. So I'm going to show you what I would do, and you can take from it what you want and throw out the rest. Best way to do things in life, just take the good, throw out all the bad. All right, we're going to upgrade these 2 burgage plots. We need to get our available space up. I probably should have left one of them up. But we do have a church now. So the Lord has come to the city of Grovar, and the people are happy. I don't know if this is what happy people look like. This man is looking down at his job. I mean, he's focused. Yeah, he doesn't look happy. He looks the opposite of happy, which I think is sad. But we got these cool religious shrines to remind people of their crippling oppression. So I'm sure they will cheer up in due time. So let me see what we got going on here. We got 30 planks and 11 logs. I am going to think about my next course of action. Yeah, I think that getting a tannery up is a good idea. We can dial in some of these things later. And remember, I do not want to place these things too close to these animals. They get all freaked out over here. So let's be a little bit mindful. But right here is a good spot just because it's so close to the storehouse. So I'm going to bring a road down this to give everybody kind of a cut path into this nice little area here. We're doing great. We got our food stall and our common stall in this area. Once we get the clothing up. Now remember that the common goods stall now is firewood and clothing. So it can hold 20, which means up to 10 burgage plots will hold 10 one market stall will hold half and half. So you can if you just do a big pit like this, you don't have to use as many market stalls. But if you want to have your storehouses and granaries really dialed in, you're going to have to factor that stuff in. And I'm not going to overwhelm you with data right now. You're just going to have to continue watching me or watch one of my 10-minute guides where I do have a case-by-case example. But for the context of the episode being fluid, we're going to just address these things as we do them. So we got 1 extra space. We got our other family in. We're at 9 families. This is great. It's October, and we're at 9 families in the first year. This is actually probably one of my better starts. I am starting to... the 2 food type granary rush seems to be pretty successful. And then from there, you go into firewood, and then you go into your church to just hold the bottom line. Now that we have the church here, we got, even with a bad food variety bonus, we got a church +1. And we have lots of meat, and we have lots of berries. We took the individual out of the forester because we didn't need it. We're going to focus on getting all of these individuals up and going into trade. Now, the trade post, I think that this would be an almost lovely place. So I am almost tempted. I am almost tempted to think about this. I think trade post, we have the road going this way. I want the trade post right here. That way there's the industry section up here has access to the trade post, and then everybody else over here has access to the trade post. Because it's going to be a doozy. We're going to use 1 trade post. I would not put too much stock into how trade post mechanics are currently working because it's going to be completely overhauled. But I will just tell you right now that you really just want to have 1 trade post if you want them to buy your goods, because Unfortunately, you can't determine what goods are sold at a trade post, so they sell both. And now traders come into a region, they pick a random trade post to go to. So if you're selling fish, one trade, and you can only stock 50 of goods between trade posts. One trade post has 5 fish, one trade post has 45. It goes to if it goes to the one with 5, it buys those 5 fish and it takes off. So I found just having one trade post, focusing on 3 goods, it's led me to 3 to 4 goods. Depending upon if you're making 50 units a year and then you're selling out of it quickly, you know, we'll go into that more, but just focus on a few goods in one trade post and you're going to make a fortune. If you do too many trade posts, you run the gambit of the RNG gods, where they go to one stall and buy a small quantity of goods rather than the trade post with the largest quantity. And maybe they'll change the AI, right? Let's put an individual in the tannery. Maybe they'll change it so that it prioritizes the one with the most. All right, we're also going to upgrade our storehouse immediately because we're already getting full. And let me start planning out the first bridge because we do need to get the trade post up. And I would very much like to align the road here with that trade post. Yeah, this is perfect right here. All right, we're going to put the trade post right here. Beautiful. This is going to be a nice little equilibrium between the 2 regions. And we also got it on the King's Road, which is not necessary. The traders will go to you like a GPS guided missile. But it is kind of nice just having it on the King's Road, to be honest. For nostalgia's sake. Like the good old days. That used to be what you had to do, but you can place it any road, don't worry. I know old habits die hard, they say. Okay, so we have 18 timber, 33 boards. I'm gonna increase the amount of board. No, 500 or 100 boards is more than enough. All right, we got another family member. We're at 10 pop, and we're at tier 2. Okay, so now we have the ability to rush into tier 2 to get passive money on top of trade. I am going to do this because I would like to get the wood church upgraded as fast as possible. But we're going to go to tier 2. We'll get 1 wealth per family per month. And that will really help us get to the next step. We also need to produce dramatically more boards. So we're going to go into Operation Orakai, where we just take down the whole forest in this area because we just need an absurd amount of wood. And we also need we also need more ox. So I know I said I was going to save it for the veggies, but I'm realizing now that my goals are a bit ambitious. So let me place a couple here. I like having things at a midpoint, so I'm going to place a couple of those guys down there. We are going to order our 3rd ox, and I'm gonna up this. Sometimes you just like you get a better idea and you're like, you know what, now that, because I wasn't counting on getting passive regional wealth this early, we'll have enough to get veggies. Also wasn't counting on having a trade post up. Now 1 woodcutter is more than enough to get your fuel reserves up, so you're able to start selling firewood pretty early. I typically don't need more than 1 or 2 firewood cutters now, depending upon the size of my village. But we have a passive wealth, and we're going to start selling firewood here momentarily. Okay, we're looking very good right now. We got our ox, we got our post. Okay. You don't want to play that too much by the wire, because if you don't get a hitching post up fast enough, the ox will run away. So we have 3 ox now. We're going to buy 1 more if we can. But having that 3rd ox and then waiting until we get our regional wealth up is great. I typically would already have veggies going and all that right now. But with the hive that I'm about to show you, or the Flexo, we're going to have more veggies than we know what to do with. Potentially. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's speed this up just a tad bit. I like this. It's like a Jesus fish looking thing, but it's a little deformed. I don't know. It's like art. And everyone might see something different. I don't know. What do you see? Like, it doesn't look like anything, sir. The villages really start to take shape when you hit the tier 3. The tier 3 houses really just make the place look less like a dump. Okay, so now we have apples. So the next logical step for me to take is to unlock beekeeping, right? Because that way we have it and we can get into it once our population starts going up. Meat is something we're going to refine over the long run, but I want to be able to get as much food as possible. All right, the tannery is now up. So we can click on our marketplace and see if the storehouse needs anything. Granary house, no. Food variety will get up there. Okay, it is now time to look at what we're doing. We're going to put an individual back into the forager hut. No, we have 114 berries. I take that back. Let me look at animals. 20 out of 40. So we unfortunately have no animals to hunt, so there's no point in having anyone in there, even though I would love their tasty meat. But we're going to have to let it go. All right, everything is running really well. We're at 11 families. We are completing the orc army in record time. Currently have 32 timber, 6 planks. We need 40 timber to get across here. This is going to be a grand project and is going to take away from a lot of the efficiency that we're building towards, but it's going to be worth it and it's going to be cool. We're going to get a woodcutter going again because we do need to start accumulating wood to sell. Very good. I could see that the ox cart was obeying all traffic laws. I do want to make sure that I have roads going between my farms for that reason. I want it to be clean. I want it to be cool. I also like the way that roads look going through farmland. Once we get all the farmland up in here, this place is going to look magical. It'll be great. All right. We should probably also, if we have the potential to, yeah, we do. Let's start gathering all of this stone over here at some point. So we're going to need all of these resources to advance. We're going to need the stone, and we're also going to need this clay. And so we should just get these guys here so that when we're ready to start collecting those resources, we don't have to go that direction, since people are just kind of sitting around. Woo, that was fast. All right, we have one open spot for individuals to move into. Let's take a peek once more. Okay, we have a pretty defined area where we want to put houses. So we're going to do, yeah, this is great. So we're going to do one little Mickey Mouse smile. We're just going to kind of do this like loop-de-loop. I like it. I don't know why, but I do. I think it's going to look neat at tier 3. It will look a lot better. Okay, so we want double burgage plots with backyard extensions. Well, right here we have unusable terrain. And have ourselves a nice little square right there. That way we have that area sectioned off. This is our little industrial area. All right, bandit camp was sighted. The Lord is not moving on these bandit camps. They did change behavior, and we do have a lot of camps. So I guess it would be wise to show you guys the way to take a bandit camp out with your forces in case they patch it out, which is a possibility. Or they don't want you to, you know, have an easy time in this game. Very likely possibility. We're going to go to war. For some reason, we only had 19. There we go. Got glitched for a second there. All right. We're going to go to war. And then what I want to do in these back parts here, I'm trying to make this look nice. Like, there's one thing about this game is that the plots all start kind of like, you know, meshing together after a certain point. And you only have so many decorations. So yeah, we're going to go on a beautification spree, as I'm calling it. And then we're going to circle the road around this. And that's going to look kind of, I think that's going to look a lot cooler than just a dirty little road. There we go. A little bit better. Okay. I've given my men something to do while we go out and kill. So we're going to talk about combat and what you need to do. So the stand your ground ability basically absorbs the charge of the enemy. So you'll want to have stand your ground, and then once you're engaged, you'll just double right click, which will put you into push forward mode to do damage. That will result in the least amount of casualties. We'll do that now. Another thing is, let's watch our fatigue. Let's get everything up. If I can pull the outlaws, they have about a 50-50 chance to stay in their camp, then follow you. But you get a bonus for fighting in your region. So if I can snag them, that would be ideal, is to bring them back into our base. So I want to get their attention. Okay, we got their attention. Unfortunately, running back would leave us with no stamina. So we're going to fight. I was hoping I could get them and I couldn't. If you have the ability to, you should. We're going to fight to the best of our ability. Surrounded by trees once more. Get on the road and see if that helps. Still surrounded by trees. Alright, well, we have to make do with where we are. I messed up. Moving downhill gives you a bonus if we were to charge. Our fatigue is going down. We are in stand your ground. Pausing the game, another ruler army was sighted. They're all the way over there. They're going to go to the next bandit camp. We're going to allow them to take out the next bandit camp. I typically do wait, but I actually did want to show people how to fight, how to look at their skills. We're still going to be fine. Alright, here they come. Once they all are here and moving, we're good. Now we're going to push forward. We've absorbed the charge. They didn't hurt anybody. There's not really much more tactics to this than letting them slug it out. We lost one individual. We're probably going to lose 2 individuals. 2 individuals have been lost. If you do poorly, you can always anticipate to lose 2 individuals. But that's okay, because we're going to get this bandit camp for money. And then the second bandit camp we're going to get for our treasure. And we'll be able to hire people, a mercenary group, to defend us from the bandits. So we don't have to rush or do anything that we don't want to do. Alright, we have about a year. I'm going to send the money to our town at first. 188, not bad. And we're going to wait for the king's army to get up here. He's currently marching from the south. And then with that money, we can do lots of cool things, like probably buy another ox. There we go. We got our stones. Got our stones around the houses. I actually do think that looks pretty neat. It adds some flair. We're gonna get one more ox. We have our woodcutter. We have 5 free families. Let's dial all this in. We're going to start trading firewood. And we're gonna do anything over 250. We're gonna buy the trader out for 3. It's a good one. It's gonna serve us well. Eventually we will buy a horse, put a family in the trader, and upgrade both these hitching posts. We'll put a horse in there eventually. We're going to lose our second food type, but the church is going to sustain us. We're going to put an individual back into meat. We have 45 planks and 76 timber. All right, yeah, that's looking great. We're going to let them build up these houses now. And let's upgrade all the houses we can. I'm going to put one family into collecting stone. And one family into the clay deposit. We're also now going to get up a temporary clay furnace. This really can go anywhere because we're going to destroy it eventually. But we need stone to produce it. We're going to start gathering the raw clay, gathering the raw stone. And the first thing we want to do is upgrade our small church. Getting everybody up to tier 2, getting a lot of money. And let's go back up to the military. So they're coming in. All we're going to do is run in and steal it from them. Sometimes the bandits won't leave, so it could get a little tricky. We're going to have to run in while they're fighting and steal it, which I've done before. We're going to have to run in. They are not going to leave the camp. This is a new feature. They did this so that people couldn't steal from the king. However, I've still been able to do it if I can get close enough. It's possible that I won't get this because I just wasn't fast enough. Yeah, I was not fast enough. That's okay. So that's funny. So what we're going to have to do now, so that's a new feature. I think it's actually kind of good. I'm screwing up in some regards because it just shows you you know, the game has changed. And we can, you know, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. We're going to be fine. I have solutions to pretty much all my problems. So the next thing that I want to do now is get the manor up. We're going to do that before anything. Well, we can create the manor and then delete it. One thing that I would like to do now, since we will have to fight, is get a tier 1, a single level burgage plot up for the production of bows. I'm going to do that right here. I do not want this to be double because I do not want 2 families dedicated to bow making. There we go. So we'll get this bad boy up. Start making bows right off the bat if we can. We need to get all the families in. So this will be an additional family. Upgrade these guys. I'm going to hold off on expanding the living space because I want the family to move into this house before we do anything like that, because we do need to get bow production going. Upgrading the granary could be to our benefit, but we're going to hold off for a second. And all right, we're pulling back on all the units in the logging camps. We're going to continue gathering goods here. The large storehouse is doing wonders. Marketplace needs 1 additional granary worker now. We're going to put that in. I'm actually going to upgrade the granary. I think we're going to start pushing pretty fast here. Burgage plot's up. Once we can get an individual in there, we can upgrade it. But yes, we will need to start preparing for conflict. We're going to get our manor up. It'll give us retinue, and it'll also give us the ability to start taxing people. Okay, we're going to purchase a horse. Sometimes you are better off going with putting money into your merc pile first and then going for the town money. Because at least with the town money I can trade and I can do all that stuff, but it's a little bit harder to get money for mercenaries, but not impossible. We're in no means in a bad position right now. And then the next thing that we're going to do, which is the whole point of this episode, is to get the bridge up. We need 45 planks. Okay. A lot of lumber. I'm going to put 2 people in the saw pit. It's supposed to be working better now. I'm also going to order additional ox when I can. Let's get these people going. All right. We need to put 1 individual into the forager hut. And as we can see, the cheapest merc company is 15. Won't be difficult to get once the manor is up. Here too, this burgage plot, and then we'll get bow production going. I'm going to get a clay furnace right here. Also going to get additional board production going right there. Should be okay. The animals will just stay a little bit of a distance, but they should stay within the circle. But we're going to need a lot of boards. Large granary up. Lowers our spoilage rate. I think it goes from 3 to 2% basically, but I mean that does add up. Clay furnace going, get the church going. This building is now upgraded, so we're going to turn it into a bowyer workshop. When it's upgraded, we need to go back in to the advanced tab and change it to bows. It defaults to crossbow, which I really don't understand because we don't have the ability to make crossbows yet. Although, if we were forward thinking and we had an economy, we could just start doing it. We probably actually will just buy the metal and start making crossbows. But first we need to establish our economy. Bowyer workshop is up, so in order to make a crossbow we need iron parts. You can make iron parts yourself or buy them. We could either buy crossbows or iron parts, but these things are rather expensive, so typically buying the base good and commodities like... I'm sorry, I meant your crafting material like iron slabs. Trade route's going to be pretty cheap. Now if we go for something specialized like iron parts, we have to go, you know, that's actually not too bad. For now, though, we're just going to make as many bows as we possibly can. And we're just going to put a production limit of 40. And that's so that we have 40 bows on hand to replenish any dead soldiers. Also get the men there so that they start arming. Okay, clay furnace is up. We're going to start making clay tiles. Need 15 stone over there. We currently have 39 stone. 300 firewood, 38 clay. And even upgrade that, and we should definitely continue to upgrade all our buildings. We have a very good passive income. Once the manor's up, I'm going to start taxing people. And if we can get 15 monies before the next raid, we can actually summon someone in to help us and easily take the enemies. We don't have enough. We need 6 families to get all the berries here, but we're fine. I have plenty of food guides if you guys want to know specifics on that, but we'll get into the setups when we have the population for it. Right now, I'm just trying to prepare us for conflict. All right, we have 55. Here we are, the bridge. I like that. Here we go. Bridge is done. Cool, they didn't even have to build it. All right, so we have a bridge and have a road. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the 3rd episode of Manor Lords Perfect Peninsula. In today's episode, we will be bracing ourselves for the inevitable invasion of banditos. We're also going to start building up the boards necessary to go over my new design, which I am calling the Flexo. And you will see, because it is a modified bender that operates as a souped up Brondo, but with honey in the middle for production. So the raiders are coming. We're going to track their movements, so we know they're going to be here in 250 days. We're going to attempt to get our manor up and start getting some taxes. If we can get 15 coins, we can get one of the first mercenaries. I will say, I think we're well positioned right now to defend ourselves, so I'm not too worried. We have an additional saw pit that I got up in the last episode. I'm going to take one out here and throw him in there. And we're also going to order ourselves another ox to speed up the movement of logs to the saw pit. All right, we just had our next family move in. We are capped out. We're going to need new houses. I am just waiting for the planks that I need. So the Flexo is going to call for between 8 and 10 honey. 8 is what you need. 10 will definitely help you. Now keep in mind, the perfect number of apiaries is somewhere around 12. The tooltip is wrong. It's not 2 apiaries by default. It's 2 honey per day, which requires about 12 apiaries to hit a good amount. I think someone did testing and they found that it took 36 apiaries to get exactly the 2 honey per day. But you can get the majority of your honey with just 12. It's a really weird curve, and some of us are still exploring it. But I do know for a fact that 12 apiaries will yield results. And I've tried 2 and I've tried 3, and you don't get it. You just don't get enough honey. So it still seems very consistent from the last patch to now that multiple apiaries are the way to go. All right. So once I get enough planks, we're gonna move on. We do have the boyer over here, mass producing bows. So there's a drain of boards to that regard. But I think that we're going to have a very good supply here. We just need the logs to come in. Now this is going to be a little weird because it's far away from the town. But keep in mind, we're going to be going to a population I have no idea of. Because I'm just going to fill this peninsula with houses. We could very well go over 1,000 pop in this build. I want to see how far I can push the bounds of the mechanics now. All right, I got my 57 boards. Let's build ourselves the Flexo. So the Flexo is the combination of the Brondo and the Bender. It is basically the best of both worlds. So you're going to start by picking a flat area that has really crappy farmland on it, which makes this perfect. We want to put a castle up here, so I do need to be mindful. I do think I have just enough room right here for another Brondo. Right here. So we're going to start with a square. Make sure you pause your game. This might take you just a tad bit. Now this design is going to be a work in progress. I don't know if this is going to be the exact final design. I think there's room for improvement, but I want to showcase it in this video because it's going to be incredibly powerful. So create yourself a square, and from that square you'll delete all of these, and then what you're going to want to do, put down a granary right in the center. Now if we do this correctly, we can put a square around the granary to give it a full coverage. What I would recommend that you do is put your apiaries down first. If you don't have your apiaries, you may just have to delete the roads at a later point and restructure all this. So you don't exactly have to have the apiaries unlocked to do this. So we're going to place one here. We're going to try to get these as close as possible to the section, make sure you have a middle ground. Allow them to move out and in. Just like so. There is a bit of wiggle room here, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you guys to do this. Just like so. And so now what I have room for is 2 pack stations. And the reason for that is because we're going to have so much veggies, apples, and everything else. You will trade your veggies, apples, honey, for barley, or salt. Whatever you want, you can trade for. This is going to overproduce dramatically. And that's the point, is that you have a trade item. So you can place a pack station here. And you have room for 2 more honeys. You can also, if you want, just have 9 honeys, and if possible, put a well down. We actually have room for a well in here, so we're going to place a well. We're going to place a pack station right here. We have room. I'm going to place another pack station over here, and then I'm going to place another honey right there, and then we're going to have our roads to the left and right going through there. Now, you could swing this around any way you want. You have a lot of wiggle room. But what you have is a centralized granary. Let me rephrase that. You're supposed to put 2 pack stations over here. It's going to do 1 pack station for now. I mean, we could put pack stations anywhere. I just think it's nice to have it there. But you totally don't have to do that. The pack station goes to the source of the good you were trading. So if the apples, veggies, honey are stored here, it's going to have to travel here. So having it right next to the granary just makes it really quick, because it doesn't have to walk all the way back into town. We're going to have at least 6 stall locations here. Now, another thing about stalls, if the stall is full and the granary is full, they'll consume the goods from the granary first. But when the granary runs out of food, then they'll consume it from the marketplace. So you can actually have a marketplace all the way over here, as long as you never run out of that good. You could technically Jimmy rig the game right now, but I don't think that's the way it's intended. So I'm going to develop my systems the way that I think they should be developed. And we can always, remove the pack station and well and add more markets. So this really just allows you to have a vast and open area. So that is that portion. That is the beehive. You're going to take your other corpse pits and you're going to go like this, keeping in line with the original design. And we're going to go 2 corpse pits across like this. 2 corpse pits up. Okay. 2 corpse pits down. Just like so. Same thing, do the cross. You can see this is 6 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 down. All right. Then you're going to place these last little lined up corpse pits like so. This one is a little off. That's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're just going to have this little bit of edge. And this is going to be natural because of the roads that I added, that it's a little off. What's important is that you line up the roads with this inner area, and it will make up for anything. It's not gonna, like I said, this is still very much a work in progress. And then you just want to make sure that your roads are straight. So if your plots aren't straight, don't worry about it. And I didn't mention this, but we're building this one at an angle. But the advantage of this design is it's not as annoying. The plots will actually, because of the way that these plots are, you can typically get away with really weird angles. Again, I have to do a lot of work on this. Okay, now that we got everything, we got the main roads all lined up. We're going to do the same thing like we did with the Brondo. And delete everything and connect the sides. And we call it the Flexo because it's flexible. And it's the opposite of the bender. It flexes instead of bends. And then you're going to connect the corners like this. Just like we do with the Brondo. And if you can't see anything, just use the snap tool. Just wait for that click. Like that. Whatever part you can see, just snap it. Okay. And then you want to take your original roads and you want to pull those out. But if you try to get this to work with fields this size, it's not very good. So this is actually great. Because what we're going to do is make the logistics of this even better. You're going to take the corner and you're going to go to the middle. of the bend. And that's why I do that, so you have a pretty good eye of where you're doing it. Also, the bended ends really help snap things in place. But each one of these plots is 0.8. So the Brondo plots were 1.1. And the Bender plots are 0.75. So all of these are going to produce quite a bit. This thing in total should yield about 1,080. So if you half and half it, it's going to yield you about 500 veggies and 500 apples, which is like more than your whole city needs. We might not even need the additional stuff. We got all these bad boys up. So now it's time for housing. So we're going to use similar things to the Bender. Corner to corner, point, and then bring it down to get the best point possible. And if that doesn't work, try another corner. Try every little trick that you can think of to use. So keep in mind, this is one that is out of alignment, so it's not as easy. But the one thing I like about the Bender is that you can usually get it to work even when it's wrong. And I think it's important because it allows you to control where you place things. So we're going to try a straddle. This is one that's worked for me when benders are angled incorrectly. And it seems to work on the bigger model here, so bring it down. Again, you're going to have a much easier time. If you line it up corner to corner, like you're going to have a much easier time because see, mine's at an angle. The corners are not aligned with the map. And that affects how things bend and twist. And that's why I wanted a design that was flexible, thus the Flexo. I'm just making shit up, but it does fit. But yeah, we're going to use a straddle here. And this is a good plot. The furthest point, though, is right here, which is pretty far away. I don't entirely know if that's too crazy efficient. But with 4 families, it's more than efficient. Don't be afraid to straddle different corners. The concept is that you have your houses on this road, so it's easy for the granary to get to them. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's not the greatest. Again, this is like the beta version of the Flexo. The concept is you have 3 different food groups, though. And it's a beautiful idea. All right, that's a really nice one right there. So point here, a half, basically not a full straddle, but a half straddle. Put it in the corner, and then use this to dial it down. That's pretty good. Not working whatsoever. All right, let's try corner to corner. There we go. Corner to corner worked pretty darn well. It's not entirely perfect, but it's very close. Not bad. That seems to be the way to do it. So you do a corner to corner straddle. Make sure you put the 3rd point here and then tweak the 4th point. Oh, that is awesome. All right, let's try an elongated 3rd point and a pushed in 4th. That's much better. This is not perfect, but I'm going to take it. In order for me to have done this so that it lined up with the corner, it would have had to have been square right here. And I wanted to kind of line up with the curvature of the peninsula here. If you don't want to have to do all this stuff, all you just need to do is make sure that you're lined up with the corner of the map. It's that easy, but I am a stubborn man. There we go. That's good. This seems to be almost like 75% of the time working, where you straddle, put the 3rd point in the corner, put the 4th point in the corner, or maneuver it just a little bit and it works. This is actually an exceptional piece of work right here. All right, so now we're going to connect the road. I eventually may or may not build a Brondo here. I can delete the road at that time, but I do want to make the pathfinding to this area exceptionally easy. Here we go. All right, so that took a bit of work, but now we have our main city, and it's going to be pretty big. And look at all that extra room we have on the side. All right, so this is going to take them quite a bit of time to get running, but once we get this bad boy up, we're in business. Now we have a lot of people over here who are going to be working. So ideally, we don't want those individuals to be farmers. The farmers are probably going to live here. We need jobs for them. That's where the honey comes into play. The individuals that work here are perfect. So keep in mind we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 people, double burgage plots. So each one of these plots is going to eventually, they each have 2 houses, so they'll have 4 families. That's 32 people, 32 families. We have jobs for 10 of those families with the 10 apiaries. So all of those other families, we don't want them working granary jobs. We don't want them doing this or that. We don't want them really doing farming either. So what we need to do is find them good jobs that they can do. And that's going to be in logging and things like that. Now, I will say that this area has a particular farming designation for it. This is the perfect farming area. You can see yellow and you can see green in here. I think what we're going to do is actually wall this whole thing in, which we can do. People can pass through the area. We're going to wall in the whole city here. So if they want to attack, they're going to have to come through the gatehouses. I'm almost wondering if we want to get into sheep farming wool and going into a mass trade of yarn, because we have all of these workers. So we could do some serious damage with this many people. We're going to have like people not doing it. If we're going to grow a really large population, we're naturally just going to have people not doing anything. But that doesn't always have to be the case. The second thing that we could do easily is do all of our wood cutting over here, and that way these people could go work those wood cutting jobs. We would need another bridge. I'm not opposed to having multiple bridges though. I'm also not opposed to building out industry in this area, because that would be a perfect place for these individuals to have a job. So what I think we're going to preemptively do, because I need a place for my units to engage in combat, section off small areas like so, and then we're going to snap that sideways. So what we're doing here is we're creating a place where our archers and all of our men can gather to make sure we have enough room to fight our enemies. So we have basically a little smiley face lip, and wherever we have a bridge, we're going to do a similar lip. All right, let's get this show on the road. So this is going to be quite the monumental task here. We have, like I said, a good amount of individuals over here. We may even decide to pull out of this area in the future. We're going to need workers here for the hunting and for the berries, though, so this is great. But as far as the saw pit, tannery, and all that stuff goes, and the wood cutting, I think we could move that down here to facilitate an area for people to work. All right, we have a bandit camp, and we have a lord. So we have the opportunity to redeem ourselves from the last campaign. I'm going to take my whole army out, because we can actually take the bandit camps with the army that we have. We have 203 turns. We're actually able to take the bandits. We don't even need to do this. So like I said, when I wasn't able to do what I wanted to do, those are all just like, it would be nice if. But you don't have to do everything perfect. There's always a solution to any problem. And you can usually get out of anything just by thinking. So, alright, let's upgrade these to tier 2, though. And allow these gentlemen, I'm going to leave 2 families. We have a lot of building to do. When you build great societies and you do great projects, you unfortunately have a little bit of downtime. All we need to do is make sure that we get to this bandit before he does. But yes, I would love to have that money, especially to recruit mercs or to expand my retinue. Oh no. Okay, we're having the pathfinding issues where they try to go swimming. Oh noes. Okay. So this is a known bug. So we're gonna have to This is actually why I like the other Highlands map a little bit more, but we're gonna roll with the punches here. Okay. We have 1 unit. They will eventually get themselves out of this, but it does take quite a bit of time. I'm gonna have them. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go slow. They're having pathfinding issues. Okay, cool. We're good. We're good. Another reason why I don't want to have my trade post on one side of a bridge. Just all the issues that come with it. Alright, we're not going to wait. This is one of those stationary bandit camps. Nope, they're going to come out. Okay. So we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. We're going to engage the enemy. Let's go into stand your ground. Okay. I'm going to have my retinue go around and take the bandit camp. Alright, they're going straight for my archers, which they always go straight for the archers. Oh, they're going for those guys now. That's actually great because they turn their back to me. We're going to charge, and then we're going to position ourselves to shoot them from behind at shoot at will. Cool. Alright, yeah, we don't have to worry about the bandits at all anymore now. All right, they're getting killed. Let's shoot them in the back now. They're done. This is all you need. Right there, yeah. Oof. That was brutal, man. Got like 3 dudes in the back. Here we go. Easy peasy, right? And I think the trick to dealing with the pathfinding in this location is to go slow. But I do like that we have the peninsula, like we can come back into our own territory right there. Okay, we have plenty of money in town. So we're going to put this in the treasury. Now we can hire mercenary units. We can hire more retinue, but we don't have to tax our individuals anymore, even though I probably should. Okay. I'm going to... For some reason, they want to go swimming. It seems like the retinue have good pathfinding. But all the other individuals do not. This is cool. The bridge is right there. So yeah, when we make this wall around the tip here, it's going to be perfect. All right, we're in business. So this is going to take just a tad bit of time because of all the stuff going on. But yeah, this is perfect. We're going to have our ox right over here, I think. This is a fantastic place for ox right there. Trading post is going. We have 27 planks. Like, we're really going through the planks. It's pretty crazy. It does seem like we need more ox, though. We have 7. Yeah, we just need to keep that up. Take a look and make sure everything's good. Looks like the storehouse could use another worker if I don't want to do it, but we need to. Let's revisit the stone deposit. I'm going to pull him out. I'm also going to pull out this gentleman. And then we're going to turn off the clay furnace for now. I want to focus our men on building out these houses to attract more people. But here's 3 food types all in one. Apples, we're going to do half and half. Half veggies, half apples. And it's going to yield stupid amounts of food. Stupid! Like I said, this should yield, if I do half and half, this should yield 500 apples, 500 veggies, and somewhere around 300 honey or more. And since, like I said, we can intermingle foods, it's nice having multiple food groups. And we'll just enable, at the center of this, we'll just enable everything. We'll do veggies, apples, and honey here. The same with the granary whenever it's done. Yes, we will need... I think what we're going to do is have the bridges right here. And this whole area will just be kind of like a little war camp. I like that. It actually makes sense to kind of section off the area that way. We're just going to section this whole area off as a war area. Could even do... I literally could do like a wood cutting camp right here. But if I have the bridge coming off here, and I have the bridge coming off here, then we could fight from any direction here. So all 3 points, and then we'll have only one way in from the top, and everybody here will be safe. All right, we're moving along. Let's buy a horse. Now we have 2 horses, good. Would help speed up trade a bit. Let's take a gander. We got berries for trade. We can start trading berries now because we are bringing in a lot of those. I'm going to export anything over probably like 160. And we are going to set up a trade route for that. Get those berries out of here. And we are going to... So you need 4 to 6 family. You need about 6 families to hit all the wild berries that you could possibly get. So we do actually need to start dialing in on that. So here we go. I made this road just like so. Put 2 more foragers and put 1 family each in those. We can start trading berries. All right, yeah, these roads automatically widen when you have things built on them, so that looks really cool. Got our next level increase. So we could go down advanced skinning. I think we're going to do the meat and stuff last when we're fine-tuning our food supply. So I'm going to go straight into trade logistics. 11 constructed and 6 under. So that puts us at 18. Remember what I said, we're gonna stick to 20. I'm not going to build any more burgage plots because we're going to need a couple single burgage plots for certain constructions. So this is where we're going to be. We're going to grow into our max families. And then once we hit 20 burgage plots, when I start expanding again, I want to start expanding. Like I want to have 10, I want to just have 10 living spaces up and ready to go. Us at 75% approval and taking in 2 families a month. Because we're going to need an additional market worker per let me show you. Explain this actually. So we need 3 food types. So I'm going to need 1 market per 20 burgage plots to fulfill the 3 available food types. It will automatically fill the market stalls up to that point. It's a really good system now. And fuel, I'm going to need 1 market stall per 20 burgers plots. And clothing, 1 market stall per tier per 20 burgers plots. So you only need 2 tiers. So I'm going to need 1 for shoes and 1 for leather per 20 burgers plots. So that's 2 for clothing, 1 for fuel, and 3 for food. I immediately need 6 workers, 6 families when I go from 20 to 21 burgers plots if I want to hit 100%. If I don't care about hitting 100% availability to get those approval bonuses, then it's fine. And you don't have to be perfect, but what I'm getting at is that there's just this massive cost when that happens. And then I have been told that they're going to work on something for upgrading market stalls, so this may not be the case like later in the future. Just something to think about. There we go. Gonna have a nice little bend to it. I want to do some beautification here, but we're gonna wait a second. But I do think that we want corner points for pathfinding ease. Just like so. Okay. So this is the war camp, and roads and everything else will be put off this. We'll redesign this later. But it does appear if I wanted to do an additional Brondo here, I could. Though I do not know that it's necessary. And I kind of like this area for other things. Like a giant granary market stall area kind of thing. So we'll play it by ear. Let's speed up. We got 5 free families. I'm going to keep all of them. We got all the apiaries up. We're not going to go into this yet because we don't need to. All right. So let's do it. Now I can alternate them. I can do 50-50. I think that there's something to be said about having everything in one angle if the person is, gathering that food. Though I don't really know if it actually even matters. So I'm going to do veggie up top, and we're going to do apples below. Totally could have alternated them for a cool design, but I like the way that doubles look. All right, look at us go. But yeah, a really good pathfinding. Can get pretty much to any point. My favorite pathfinding is always involve corner to corner, but then he wouldn't have been able to fit all these apiaries in. All right, look at us go, man. This is great. And definitely want to upgrade these. But we're going to have a lot more people able to come in here once I get this going. And we're getting a lot of families. I'm just letting them build everything up. And then so the next goal is going to be getting the bridge across to the other area. So, I think what we're going to do, have the bridge right here. Right there. I really like that. It would, for everything to be lined up, it would make sense for me to do the bridge to right here. But I kind of think that's too far. I think right here would be a good spot for the bridge on this corner. Because the majority of farmland is going to be right in here. I love symmetry, though. It's always nice. Okay, cool. So what we have now is a much more defined area. So we're going to do firewood in this area right here. And industry. We're going to turn this into our industrial hub. A lot of the stuff we can move. And not all of it, but not all of it. So I'm going to put the storehouse on the road here so that the people getting firewood can just come over here across the bridge and get it. We're going to have a couple storehouses right there. Woodcutter's Lodge. All of the logs can just be brought down to this location. Once I get the farm, we start plotting farms. We need to make sure we're putting roads between the plots so that we have a good synergy there. Okay, the clay furnace. We're going to destroy the clay furnace. We're going to move the saw pit down here. Boards should be located where they're going to be used. And this is actually a fantastic thing for us because now we can do the boardwalk. This is how you do a boardwalk. Is you find a place where you can get an angle. And then you build it along the side there. This is going to be a little difficult. Really would have liked to have done the boardwalk. Okay. There you go. We got ourselves a boardwalk. So that's the boardwalk. It's the boardwalk trick. Now you have a nice little walkway around everything. It's a little hard to do and it's expensive. I'll try to do it on as many sides as possible. But yeah, there's a boardwalk. And then, of course, you have to have a secondary road because you can't really walk on it. But it looks cool. Okay, so this is going to be an industrial area. There we go. Cool. So we're going to start dragging and dropping things over here. Both the saw pits I want over here. We're going to center them around everything we got going on. And these individuals here are going to work there. It's the fastest pathing I can get for them. They're going to do great. We got roads. So people should do fine. And then all the workers here, I'm going to have a bunch of houses here, and they're all going to work the farm fields. These individuals are going to work the hunting camp. I'm going to leave the tannery here. I might bring in sheep and make some of these people shepherds, and we might just start selling a ton of yarn. And we're just going to purchase them. Okay, another thing, we got the well up in this design, so that's good. Okay, we're in business now. Let's start doubling up the families where we can. I need to get some of these guys up to veggie plots. They're taking their time, but that's normal. Yeah. It's pretty cool. The boardwalk idea is pretty sweet. Okay. Storehouse is going there. Woodcutter's Lodge going over there. Get another ox. Cannery we're going to leave up here, as I said. We'll leave this storehouse here. We'll leave this marketplace here for berries and some of the clothing. I'm going to redesign this marketplace, and we're going to build another marketplace down here. We currently have 20 months worth of fuel, 5 months worth of food. Yeah, we're going to need to start focusing on food. We're about to get attacked in 27 turns. And we're beautiful, though. Okay. I'm liking what we got. We're probably just going to build another church and leave that church there. And I might turn all of these plots into pens for meat, since we're doing meat over here anyway. Everybody's working together. But we're going to have all of our industry. I might import iron and build some kind of widget, because we try a couple economies, you know. We're going to have more people than common sense here in a little bit, so it's going to be interesting. So over here, we're only going to store apples, veggies, and honey in this granary. And I guess we could leave the booze on for now, just so it has a place. Grain and all that, we're going to have a specialized region for bread. Upgrade this to a large granary. Make sure that we have all of the veggie fields up. Alright, that place is still going. Alright, look at that. Isn't that great? Man, that is a lot of people. We're growing fast. Alright, so let's fight these bandits. But that is the Flexo. The Flexo is a beautiful thing. And this is going to be a pretty amazing... I mean, we're just getting started. This is the first step. Surviving the first wave, getting everybody up, getting as many families as you possibly can. You can see we're running out of foods, but we're going to be fine. We're going to have more than enough food. I'm going to preemptively do a set it and forget it in my foragers so that they go crazy when the food comes in. I did expand in a way that left us a little vulnerable, but we're going to be okay. All right. Yeah, look at this. This is great. And then we'll have a clear area here for combat, and we'll have walls. It's gonna be fantastic. I actually really do like this area. We might pull it back just a little bit when I put in the other Brondo, if I need to. I kind of want to, but we need to have people who work too. So, okay, the banditos are here. Sometimes the Lord from this dude over here, sometimes he'll help you. We're gonna fight where we can. I need to figure out what direction they're coming from. We could probably fight on the bridge if we can figure out where they are. It's such a big map. Okay, so they're coming from over there. It's possible. Actually, it's very possible. We just have to run across the bridge. So let's move into position. Yeah, we can. We could actually fight right here on the boardwalk. All right. We're going to attempt to do a bridge battle. We're going to upgrade one dude with armor. I'm going to recruit a couple. I typically do have to... Okay, cool. He got their attention. It was the shiny armor that got their attention. I'm sure of it. Oh no, they're going to ruin the battle. There we go. That's awesome. You got to get the good shots, right? It's really cool with the armies in the background, though. I'm not going to lie. Awesome. We got our fight. We got our fight. All right, pause. Shoot at will. Close. They lose accuracy further away, but we're right there. All right. And then push forward with everybody. All right, so we should be getting side shots now. Oh, yeah, look at that. We're getting stragglers. Oh, we're doing damage. I think these guys are going to come from behind, too. We got too many good shots here. People are going to die, but if I don't pay attention to what's going on, but it's worth it for the cinematics. So the archers you see will shoot stragglers. It's pretty cool. They're just taking pop shots. All right, the other individuals are coming. These are all good shots, man. There we go. I have... These are like thumbnail shots right here. Okay. We lost one individual. We're still winning. They're like trying to decide if they want to come across the bridge, but okay, we won. There's a little bit of a congestion issue here. All right, well, thank you guys for watching. I hope you like the Flexo. You can try it out on your own. It's pretty sweet. Each one of these, like I said, is a 0.8 plot, so you're gonna get 3 corpse pits worth of food on each one of them. Hello everybody, welcome back to the 4th installment of the Perfect Peninsula campaign. Last episode we got up the Flexo. Everything is in motion. So it's going to take about 4 to 5 years from when we put these apple burgers plots for them to yield their full yield. It's a bit weird, and I'm still actually exploring some of the apple mechanics. Veggies are going to start coming into fruition. What I've seen, it takes about 3 years from when you put your veggie fields up to see the maximum harvest. And that's mainly just due to the time it takes them to kind of plant, like they'll plant half of it like the first year, or not even half. Depends on when the families move in and things like that. So there are a couple factors at play with the veggie fields, but we're going to expand all of the living spaces and we're going to get as many folk in here as possible. We have the 10 apiaries up. The large granary will be up momentarily. We have a pack station and a well. If we want to start trading anything between another region, it's unlikely. Now we do have the trade post located right here. I'm going to move the trade post location to be a little bit closer to all of this for logistical reasons. So you cannot move a trade post. So we're just going to straight up build another one and destroy it. It gets really weird when you have 2 trade posts because of the way goods are stored. I'm going to attach this straight to the King's Road right here. I like that. But I am going to do something kind of interesting here, and that is reduce the travel time from the bridge where our individuals will be coming from. So, I mean, almost want another bridge, but if I can angle this like so, that will reduce the time it takes for them to move goods. They will follow the roads like perfectly. So we're just going to continue to move everything over here. We got the 2 storehouses up. Let's upgrade both of these. And then in the back area here, since we are going to be doing our woodcutter lodge right here in this wonderful area, let's go into the advanced tab, hit the unlimited work area. So look at this. We got this whole area for firewood now. Beautiful thing. And we're going to put up a market right here. We're going to put up a rather large market stall. I am wondering if there's a way I can have my cake and eat it too, because look how close we are to these wild animals. It's really not that bad of a run. So let me see. I want to get these roads. There we go. I'm going to have to think about that. Like I said, I would really like to start taking these workers and employing them in the industry area. It would be a fantastic way to use it. But I do have to have something for these individuals over here to do too. There are quite a lot of them. The majority of my industry, if I can get it over here, is going to be pretty awesome. Because realistically, the only thing I want out of this whole location is the leather from these wild animals. And there's really no reason why we can't just drag a big old road from here, here, and then rearrange the hunting camp just ever so slightly to right here and right here. Still close proximity to this granary. This granary can now actually, we can just move let's just move everything a little bit over. This is beautiful. Because now what I can do is I can place a granary over here. We originally had wood cutting right here, which is why all this was out. Let's fine tune everything. So granary up, foragers are there. We need 2 more families in each of these to hit our cap on berries. I'm going to go the distance here because we are using this as a trade item. And then what I'm going to do is create just one little food area over here for stalls. One thing that I'm most likely going to end up doing is extensions for pigs here. With the way that they've redesigned the market mechanics, you can get away with things being a little bit further away because of how stocking and everything works. If I wanted to make this just a little bit more efficient though, I'd probably rethink the location of some of this housing and probably put it down here instead. Tannery and all of that will need to be down here. Beautiful spot for it. I'm really liking this little industrial hub down here. Realistically, I just need, you know, enough families for wild berries and enough families for the wild animals and enough families to work the granary. But we have logging camps out here and other things, so I think these houses can stay. 16, and then when they upgrade to tier 3, 32 families. I think that's a very healthy amount. That's a very healthy amount of people for this area. So these stables, I'm going to actually move over next to these logging camp. And we got the boiler workshop. Okay, that can be destroyed and that can be replaced as well. Look at some of the things we want to do. Boots and bows. So I am going to think about at least 2 houses. And I think it's kind of cool to have, and we don't want to do the boardwalk here. We want actual housing space. And then let's get 2 houses up. And we want the houses facing from this point because that's where they're going to get their boards and all their material. We do 3. We're going to want a couple other things potentially. So let's do 3. That is going to put us at 17 constructed. That's going to put us at 20 burgage plots exactly. Okay, cool. All right, let's buy an ox and upgrade these hitching posts. I'm pretty stoked about everything that we got going on here. The trade post, I think, is in a fantastic location, even though it's a little, you know, iffy. Given the scope of how market mechanics work and how they can preemptively foresee things and some of the redundancies that we're going to put into place, this is actually going to be very efficient. We got our marketplace right here, and this marketplace will do nothing but sell food. And it's only going to sell the foods that we are making in this area, which is berries and currently meat. Potentially at some point switch that out for sausage. We have 21 bodies that need to be buried, so we're going to put an individual into the church to start burying. We do need to get an upgraded church, so you can see that we got lots of wood. Board situation will be remedied right now. Once these storehouses go, we're going to get 2 people into board making, and let's get another individual into the logging camps. We're going to have logging camps kind of throughout this area, so these units will definitely get some use, these families right here. All right, hunting camps up. Let's put 1 person in there. We're going to have a little bit of a pain point right now because I'm doing a lot. So we're going to let the 2 families go. It's cool they are using the boardwalk instead of the other road. I think they just like going on the boardwalk. I don't know. Nice, we can get another ox. What we need to do now is get 1 person in a market stall here. We're going to need a pretty big influx of people before we go into honey. But there's 3 foods right here. Apples, veggies, and honey. Thing is amazing. And at some point in the future, what I'm going to end up doing is just firing everybody and then hand assigning the workforce. Typically don't like to micromanage, but I'm going to leave 2 people in this forager hut just in case I forget. But I'm going to take the other families out to assist in the building. Generic storage is full. Okay, perfect. There we go. So we're going to do everything here. It's going to be great. We're just going to have the 1 storehouse now. Granary. Let's upgrade this bad boy. That's going to take care of the meat. So this storehouse I am going to pull out of, and we're going to demolish it. And this tannery, we are going to demolish it. Pitching post, on the other hand, I'm going to slap down here. And we're just going to that road. We're actually going to get rid of this road too because it doesn't make any sense. That way we'll stay away from the animals. Perfect, perfect. And then this marketplace, we're going to just keep for the time being until we can destroy this granary. Like I said, I'm positioning this granary to be more strategically located to the hunting camps over here. We have a road right there, so the hunting camps will bring the meat in. And then the leather will be brought down to the storehouses to be processed by the tannery. And then we'll have our boots and we'll have everything like that made right here. It's going to be great. This is going to be about as efficient as I can get while maintaining a spread at the same time. All right, so we have 10 free families, and I like that. I like that quite a bit. We have a plank limit of nothing, I think, because I reset everything. 100. We're actually going to want this to be something more like 300 because of the walls being very, very expensive. But I am going to set the reserve at 10. Okay, and that should be consistent throughout the whole area. Perfect. They're going for another bandit camp. There's a bandit camp over there. I'm just going to let them have it. I want to focus on what I'm doing. There does come a point when you can do that stuff, but right now I just am very excited about focusing and getting everything going here. Okay, we're going to get a granary worker here. We're under... we do have 2 food types being served out of here, so we're just going to do a little bit of redundancy. We don't have to do that technically, but going to. All right, let's get another ox. Okay, we got everybody going. I'm going to pull one guy out of here and throw it in here. Now, I used to sell herbs, but I found because I'm focusing on 3 goods that I ended up just not selling them after a while. And there is plenty of things you can sell. Right now, we're selling berries and firewood, and I'm pretty happy with all of that. But we do need to get like 3 more people. 3 people in the trading post to keep moving goods. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We're also going to put 4 people into the logging camps here. And let's actually preemptively start building out additional logging camps. Potentially over here is a good spot. 2 more over there. And potentially a 3rd. And we definitely want to get, I would say, 2 foresters up in this area to help it regrow. And then we'll just alternate between this logging camp and this logging camp to get the wood we need, because it's going to be significant. All right, so we have exposed storage. Yes, yes, I know. A lot of this is going to take some time to go. This granary is full of berries, which is very, very scary. We're going to destroy it, and then we're going to destroy this marketplace. The well we're going to keep. The hitching post we're going to keep as is. And this area will just stand the test of time. I'm feeling pretty confident about where we are. With everything else, I'm going to destroy the boiler shop. I just want to get this area done with. Remove this road. Beautiful. Nice. I like that. That's clean, majestic. We got our other granaries up. Yeah, there'll be a little bit of loss on that in that regard, but it'll be okay. Trading post is doing great. Our new tannery is up. So let's put an individual into the tannery there. This storehouse is up. I'm also going to get this storehouse up. That way I don't have to think about it, because these things are going to get rather full. The woodcutter is going to town. We have 15 months worth of wood. We have 5 free people now, and everything is dandy. This trade post is now going to get up, and we're going to destroy this one. Keep forgetting. That's right. We brought the trade post here, closer to industry, and also closer to these gentlemen here. They'll be able to just walk all the goods straight into the trade post right there. We're going to start getting animal pens up here, and we're going to get pigs. We are eventually going to get the perk that doubles the amount of meat. But these guys are sitting around doing nothing. And let's get some pigs. Now, if you want to get technical, and I know you do, the meat yields every 150 days. There are 360 days in a year. Basically, every 6 years, you'll have 3 yields in 1 year. But 5 out of those 6 years, you'll have 2 yields per year. So you'll get, with the perk, 8 meat. Whereas a chicken lays 1 egg a month. 12 food, 8 food. Also, eggs. Eggs have lower spoilage rates. So eggs are the way to go in this scenario. But because I'm doing meat, and because I'm specializing districts, and I want to have stalls per food item, I'm just going to stick to the tried and true meat. And also, I do plan on taking this region here and exchanging meat for salt. We're going to do a rich salt deposit here. Trade meat for salt, and we're going to trade anything over here that we have excess of, like honey, veggies, honey and veggies probably. I'm going to trade 1 of each for barley and barley. And because they yield every 100, another thing too that makes this a logistical issue, With chickens, I have to go get the eggs every month. With these guys, they yield every half a year. So it's just like he walks up there, it's one trip. So you could say that, yes, pigs might be good for housing that's far away. And I have pigs and Jesus over here. It's a great place. It probably smells terrible here. It's a good thing we're keeping it away from civilized society. I'm also going to get the foresters up. I'm going to put their areas right here. And we're going to put 2 people into the forestry. Just like right off the bat, I'm going to put 4 workers over there, and we're going to do a rotation of workers. I'm going to let the foresters build things up, which reminds me that we also need to indulge ourselves with 2 foresters up there. And this is how we'll rotate. When I take people out, I'll put foresters in, and we'll just rotate like that. It's like crop rotation, but for trees. So there you go. All right, let's get another ox. We're going to need quite a bit of these guys. All right, we have 8 free workers. All right, man. Things are getting back up. Put 2 people into the trade post. Okay, everything is good to go. We're going to increase exports of berries over 200. And I think we're going to increase firewood. We're going to need quite a bit of firewood ourselves. Actually, 300. Let's catch up a bit. We might even want to eventually start selling leather. You know what we might actually end up doing is going into the boot business, because we're gonna have a lot of leather. There are things that you can trade a lot of, like veggies, you're hundreds and hundreds, and then there are things that you're gonna be trading in 50s. So I like to focus on like 3 things that I have hundreds of a year, and then maybe 1 or 2 things that I have 50 of a year. So setting a production of boots to equal burgage plots. Say we have 50 burgage plots, right? And you can sell things in 50. So if I set shoe production to 100, then I'm always gonna have 50 extra that could be sold as shoes, because we really need to get rid of all that excess leather. So they almost got this whole field up over here. And we'll have, like I said, we'll have 4 families there eventually. These are great little apple orchards. So we already got some apples coming in. You're supposed to get about 1/3 from immature tree. You're supposed to get 1 per every 3 immature tree. Just kind of preemptively get some more hitching posts up over here. I think I'm just going to leave them here and let them come over there. I want them to be close enough to be utilized by this area. And then when we get the farming up, we'll connect these roads so that the ox can roam freely through the lands. All right, we got 1 saw pit going. We got 254 planks, 14 roof tiles. That doesn't seem right to me. We're going to need a lot of clay roof tiles. So buying roof tiles is not the way to go. Buying clay is the way to go. So let's get a clay guy right there. Perfect. And then we can slap this. Awesome. Roads all around the clay, dude. Love it. The trade post, it says, is not connected to the road. Well, we unfortunately have a bad trade station, so we're going to delete it. I mean, ideally, I would put the trade post right here. And I like having fewer bridges for tactical reasons, but you know what? Just doing 1 more bridge right here, because right here is a beautiful spot for trade. This lowers the amount of time it takes my guys to get here. We'll have a secondary road. Everything is here for in the industry section. So I'm going to actually attach it to my road so that because for some reason, something going on with the King's Road right there. The Peninsula looks pretty dope with multiple bridges too. The bridges are easy to hold. It will make our battles a little bit more epic, since I'm doing these corner to corner. So if we have the bridge here, we go straight. We get another bridge out like this. Same thing. There we go. Yeah. And then we have this bridge a little angled like that. There we go. Perfect. Cool. And then what I want to do is put the church right there. I want everybody to be able to come in. And we're just going to do a little bit of a V. Round it like that. So we got ourselves kind of like a little star thing going on there. I like it. That will help a lot with all of the logistics. People can move in straight lines between any points. You can see everything's running across the bridge fine, so maybe I'm crazy. I just read about pathfinding issues. Problem with, and let's assign the livestock here. And let's also just have an abundance of caution. Put hitching posts right behind the trade post. We're in a transitional period right now. Once we get everything a little bit more finite, like these guys are basically going to be doing foraging duties and they're going to be doing hunting duties. And they're going to be doing logging, and they're going to be doing all of their stuff. And then the manor is going to be brought all the way over here eventually. We got our satanic temple. I don't know. I could have done it. It would have been funny if I did like a pentagram or something. I won't do that, but be like, oh no, we did a pentagram. But yeah, this is going to be super dope because we're going to have farmland spread out through all here and farms, and then we're going to have industry here. This is going to look like a real city. It's gonna look really good. I have an idea in my head, and it's a cool idea. Let's pause the game real quick because we have a lot of people. Let's put someone into that area over there. Put someone in this area over here. All right, let's get a stone well up over here just because we can. I want it to look pretty. My people deserve to be pretty. All right, and we got the pigs over here. That should hopefully give us a little bit of meat here and there. The piggies there. Beautiful. Nope. All right. I think they're trying to take. Okay, as long as they don't take Wildfeld. I mean, we're eventually just gonna go to war with them for it. There's gonna be a point where we're just I'm just going to put houses and expand this thing as fast as we can. We're gonna get it perfectly balanced, and then we're gonna see how far we can push it. Essentially, I'm gonna see what it would take to break it. I would like to get this to at least all tier 3 and all tier 3 and 1000 population. All right, cool. We're gonna upgrade the small church right here. This is great. This is really great. And this road is not straight. There we go. All right, I like it. And then this road here. Yeah, I think we could probably fit a Brondo here. I just need to do a little bit of accounting. No, we won't be able to do it, but we will actually be able to do something even better, which are benders off of the Flexo. Future-proofing benders right here. We're not going to build these houses yet, but I want to get the plots defined. Now keep in mind that there are going to be houses and other constructs along the way, but I think benders are going to be the most efficient thing because the granary is right there. We'll most likely have another granary on the outskirts here. Okay, so let's get the line across. And none of these things are lined up, so these are going to be hard benders to do, but I am a pro. Do not try this. It's like, you know, when they had pros like wrestle bears and stuff. It's like that, but with the burgage plots for me. And what I would like to do is line this with granaries and potentially another market. So I'm gonna leave this alone. We need to pause all these corpse pits, of course. If I find that we need a little bit more apples or we need a little bit more veggies, this will be a really good addition. So it's time to go crazy on those berries. We got 3 families. Okay, we're going to 2 families forever. So I am actually going to... Okay, he's a trader. He's a tanner. Those are good jobs. So we fired everybody. And then we're just going to go... He's a granary worker. He's a warehouse worker. I like that he's a granary worker, but I don't like that he's a warehouse worker. Okay, forager. We got a burgage plot here. Forester woodcutter. Forester unassigned. Okay, well, you're assigned now. And then we need 2 more families. Warehouse worker, granary worker. Okay. Again, I like the granary. I don't like the warehouse. What granary though? Okay, that granary. So there's 2 granary workers, and we've counted for 2 of them. Okay, so this individual up here, unassigned, and firewood cutter. Firewood cutter is gonna be a job I give to a farmer. Okay, those families are permanent, and the granary workers are permanent. Grave digger and carpenter. Right. Those are fine jobs for them. I mean, they'd have to walk a little bit, but we're just gonna let them do their thing. At least we got those workers out of the warehouses down here. We just got way too many farmers. A lot of them are gonna be working in apiaries, and then the rest of them are gonna be working in woodcutting. Assign. Yeah, we're gonna assign them to woodcutting. We got a lot of tier 2 potential here. Any of these tier 2? Finally. We need to get bow production back up. Okay, cool. We'll get a tier 2 right there. Get bows back up, and then we'll get into boots. We're at 63% approval. We don't even have boots yet. Get all these guys to tier 2. We want that passive money coming in. We're actually making quite a bit of money already. We're in a position where I can start taxing myself. We're going to give ourselves a really low tax. I think 4% is -2. 5% is -3. So I'm going to do a 4% tax. Get a -2 benefit. I don't want to go too crazy because I was down at 50 for a second there. Let's see where we're at, and then I'll increase it to 10%. This place has all the stuff I didn't want it to. Okay. Right, we made a new place. So honey, apples, veggies gone. And then over here is where we store all that stuff. I'm eventually, probably because I'm going to have all these guys here, going to have another granary. Because of spoilage, though, you're never really going to have full granaries. Storehouses are the one things that gets really full. People are good. Let's get 2 people in here. And let's upgrade these individuals right there. All right, we're doing great. We got the clay furnace going. Cannery, it was not going. All right, this place is up. Bows it is. And then this place is going to make shoes. All right, get another ox. We're in business, man. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to continue trekking along. Next episode, we're really going to start busting it out. We're at 19 burgage plots in total. So we got 1 free burgage plot, but we need to get all of the families in, which we have done. Okay. So that tells me we're at a expansion point. So I do think that this is going to be perfect. We can easily seal the deal here, though. Like we can put more vendors here if we want. I'm going to do this, and we're going to build our next houses all right here. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the wonderful game of Manor Lords Perfect Peninsula build. So in today's video, we're just going to take a quick glance at everything we've accomplished so far. We've got a nice industrial district up, okay? This is very awesome. Over here, the Flexo is doing fantastic. One of the things that we're really going to need to dial in over here is the market stall location. Let's zoom in, get some nice little views. You can see we have the apiaries all around us. Now, I kind of want to explain how to think about market stalls. So you're going to want to think in 20s, and that's because of the way food stalls currently work. Now, they are potentially working on a way to upgrade your food stalls. So you can just take all of these same equations, and we'll just say food stall max capacity. Currently, it is 20, all right? So remember that consumption and supply and demand are different things. How goods are consumed is different than the supply and demand. Now, the reason you want to get your supply and demand to 100% purely for the approval bonus. This allows you to do 2 things. After 51%, you attract 1 family per month. After 75% approval, you attract 2 families per month. It allows you to attract families faster. Also allows you to tax higher amounts, because if you go below 25%, you will lose a family. And as the game progresses, I'm sure that there will be more things involved with this. That's just currently how it works. At tier 3, you need 4 food types. The way that the market currently works is it will stock exactly how much food you need to hit those quantities. You have to use an overstock feature to get more than that. So for instance, let's just say a hypothetical scenario where I have 20 berries, 20 meat, 20 bread, and 10 eggs and 10 vegetables. Now, if all my markets are spread across and singled out, I would have to have 5 stalls for that. But what I could do on each of those stalls is just set an arbitrary overstock number so that those stalls are always full. It's kind of like a set it and forget it. It's completely overkill and completely unnecessary. So the way I have things set up, if you were to have just one giant marketplace, you wouldn't need as many stalls as a setup like this. But on the same flip of that coin, the system is going to change over time, and I think that this method I'm showing you is exactly the way to do it, because it makes the most sense to me. Second, the position of the granary is a little bit more important than market stalls right now, because if food exists in the granary and the market stall, food is being automatically sent via like Amazon drone from the in an order of operations now. It's actually depleted from the granary, and then if that food item is not available in the granary, it's then consumed from the food stall. It's pretty crazy. People are still exploring that. I've been talking to people on Discord. I don't think that's the way it's supposed to work in the future. It's the way that it's currently working right now. You could, in theory, as long as you are not running out of food, move your market stalls to a weird place. But I don't want to get into, market stall math with you guys. I just want to talk about efficiency. So we're essentially going to have potentially a few more market stalls than we need. But the offshoot of that is that we get to dial in our granary around where goods are being produced, which means significantly less travel time for that granary worker. So if you were to use a mosh pit system and you wanted to have your food scattered throughout the other area, you're already going to have additional granary workers to run the massive distance to those things. While this would technically use more market stalls than the mosh pit system, I think it uses less granary workers because of how efficient the gathering is. But let's get into the math of what you really need. So because goods can be intermingled, technically speaking, a tier 3 burgers plot will require 4 market stalls for the 4 food types for every 20 burgers plots. Or if they ever expand it, it's 40, then you'll use 40 as the basis for all that. For every 40 burgers plots, you need 4. For fuel, they can intermingle, they don't matter, you only need 1 type, so you need 1 general supply per 20 burgers plots. And for clothing, you need 1 per tier of clothing available, which is a maximum of 2 right now. So you'll need 2 general marketplaces per burgage plot. Now, since these 2 can be shared in the beginning, you can get away with 1 for quite some time. If you want to think exponentially, that's what it's like. So basically 4, 1, and 2. So when you go from 20 burgage plots to 21 burgage plots, you're going to need an additional 7 marketplaces to fulfill all of the supply and demand needs of tier 3 burgage plots. So you can see it costs quite a bit. In this scenario, we're going to be 1 or 2 over, because what I'm going to be doing it based on is how many food types I have in a general area. So for instance, here, I'm going to have 3, but over where I'm producing both berries and meat and bread, I'm probably going to combine all those food groups together because you can intermingle. If you don't like any of that, just throw it all in a big pot. And don't worry about it. But if you want your cities to look a little bit different and you want things to be dialed in, then continue watching this video because I'll go over it. So what does this all mean? It just basically means that once we've hit our max families up to 20, now we want to go into a giant growth spurt. We're going to go off of basically 40 burgage plots, which is 6 food at tier 2 buildings and 6 more general markets. So in total, I'm going to need 12. And then we're actually going to do something a little bit easier for ourselves. We're just going to do 2 here for now since we don't have any other food types. We're running pretty low on meat. But over here, we're just going to leave the 2 food stalls. We're actually running pretty low on food. We're in a growth period, so we have veggies, berries. Soon we're going to need to get into all the apiaries over here too, which is why we place them down first. But first, before we do that, I want to get the boardwalk up. Because I think it does look really cool having these little bridge boardwalk areas. Kind of cool is that you could technically use the road from the boardwalk, but I think it's going to cause issues. And second, I want my men facing the other way anyway. So we're going to get this going. I also want to place a well right here on this map, just to have water. I like to have water sources near people because, like I said, they do physically go to that location. Right now, everyone's coming out here to get their firewood, which isn't terrible, but eventually I want to do a marketplace and a storehouse here for firewood. And we'll figure out how to make that work nice. We may actually just put the marketplace here, use an overstock feature, and have them run the firewood up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 double burgage plots. Perfect. We can go all the way up to 20 here, so we're just going to build as many as we can. All double burgage plots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. This is great. Oh, look at that. We got more boardwalk. Perfect. Alright, we're going to leave it just like that. Okay, so we got ourselves a nice little boardwalk area right there. Level the houses up against it. We're going to do the same over here, where we lay our houses, but since we're going to 40, we're going to leave it the way it is, because we will most likely use these 2 guys here, and that's 4 more burgage plots right there. And then in the inside here is going to be a combination of taverns, granaries, other things. The next thing I'd really like to do is start getting crossbow men, because they are very OP. So over here, we're going to get our boot production. We need tools. So it does kind of hurt. You can make tools yourself, or you can purchase things. Now, I do actually think that so that's the like what comes first, the chicken or the egg kind of thing. Well, we need a blacksmith shop to make tools. So I'm basically forced to buy tools. And I really don't like that whatsoever. That's what we're going to do here. We do have the first rank of trade logistics, which is why it's my 3rd point. That reduces these costs dramatically. So come over to your tools, hit import, purchase the trade route. We're going to set this to 5. And then we're also going to start importing iron slabs. We're going to set this to 10. to keep the costs down. Import that. And then we're going to get a blacksmith shop. Let's get this to tier 2. And a cobbler's workstation. Eventually, I will start selling more bows, which is one of the reasons why I really want all of my saw pit stuff over here. Boards have to be moved by foot. It is a pain in the ass. It's much easier to pull logs down here than it is to pull the boards all the way down here. And if you put your storage boards up there, you're kind of shit out of luck, because if you build anything, they have to go get the boards and bring it. So when we build this wall, for instance, it's going to take several hundred boards. They would have to walk each of those boards. For that reason, I just think it's much easier to log the log the logs down here. Ring around the rosy that will help out with moving these goods. There is a road right here. The mining pit is now out of clay, so we'll just destroy that. Eventually, we're just going to start importing clay. For the time being, we're going to take this individual out of the clay furnace because he's no longer needed. The saw pit, I think, is fine with just the one person for now, but if we need to increase the amount we have, we can do so. We have what we need, so this individual right here is going to make boots, and this individual right here is going to be a blacksmith workshop. And we're very close to the large storehouse and everything around us, the tannery. So this is really nice. It's a good synergy here. And then we can pull workers from any of the farms into these industry jobs that are not time dependent. Anything that is time dependent, like farming, we will never want to use any of these individuals. Or basically granary, storehouses, and farming are all off the table. The perfect job for these individuals is definitely apiaries, which we're going to get up momentarily. Okay, and now it is time to go crazy. The food should start pouring in here any moment now. We have more than enough food that people won't starve with the berries, but it's going to take just a slight adjustment time for us to get everything going. Everyone having a little back out into the boardwalk. It looks like it, at least. They don't really. But we got ourselves a nice little speedway. It's actually kind of nice that we have this indent here because they seem to be using it. And that's great. So they have access to this other side of the boardwalk. Yeah, that's fantastic. We'll definitely want to have a road going up this way and connecting at some point. But this is looking perfect. I mean, this is dope. I really like the way this is all set up. I think it's important to have a city that looks nice, since everything in this game looks identical in some ways. It's all in the eye of the beholder. I think there's a kind of an irony because people say they could never build cities like this because they want it to look organic, but then they show me pictures and their cities look like 100 other people's cities. So that's why I like to come up with designs that look neat and organized, because in reality people are organized. This to me is actually more realistic because I think this is how other people would organize. So a regular well supplies 15 burgage plots. Stone well supplies 30. We have more wells than we need. We may even use a forester to fill in some trees once everything's cut down. The trees do look kind of nice in the backyards. So they started building. We're going to set a boot quota of 100. I'm thinking we're going to have around 50 burgage plots. We're eventually going to start selling boots, but the leather, especially with a rich animal deposit, is going to go big time up. So they started building sidearms even though I didn't want to. So pole arms and iron parts are going to be grand. So iron parts we're going to cap to 30. And we're going to make 30 of those. And in the boyar shop, we're going to start making crossbows. And we're going to limit crossbows to 30. But more importantly, it's going to allow me to grab a couple more guys. Upgrade these hitch posts. Let's get another ox. We got lots of ox. And we're at 100% variety, so we're doing great. Very good. We got a stone well. We're going to buy barley, and then we'll go from there. Very nice. So that's what a regular well looks like. And then the stone wells look like a stone well. So that's really cool. Yeah, the animation on that's really nice. So everybody has easy access to water. All right, and the 5 families that are freezing are the ones that I kicked out of the manor. So we were able to destroy the manor, so now we're gonna place it here. Perfect. Commit. All right, and then what we're gonna do is have an entry here with a V around the manor. I have 2 layers of wall, and we're going to have all our archers sit behind it and shoot out. It's going to be wonderful. Beautiful. You can see in the distance someone walking up the walkway to the granary. The winter actually months look very, very unique in this game. It is definitely a full city. The trade post is looking very nice too. But yeah, we're doing fantastic. Take a quick little jaunt around what all this is looking like now. And so this is going to be the path to the church. This is the combat grounds. That's why we have it blank like this. Eventually I want to deforest everything. Maybe even line it with some shrines. This is going to be where we place some benders here momentarily. And then we got the boardwalk housing. When these are all tier 3, it's going to look freaking insanely good. And I'm not sure what we're going to put in the backyard extensions yet. I might do eggs over here. So yeah, I mean, you might as well do something with it. But what you need to make sure is that you have the granary workers to facilitate all that. Might have a granary over here for eggs and another granary over here. And unfortunately, they have to pull all these boards and stone by hand. Only the logs are sent via ox cart. Again, that's why I wanted storage here rather than all the way over here, because it's even longer. Yeah, this one was a bit harder. What I did was I took a line along the edge, and then I contorted the curve to get to places I couldn't before. And I moved it just a little bit at a time, so now I'm going back, like so. And so what we're going to do is just build out the best one we can. Is like this. There we go. That's actually pretty good because it took me about 10 minutes to figure that one out. So eventually just do very small increments as close as you can to the edge. Like so. That way you can walk it back if it doesn't look good. And then use the curve tool. You can see I got like a little bit, but not good enough. You could even just do this a little bit at a time if you want. But yeah, it's a little... You can get a curve on it. You can get it into an area that you can't naturally. But yeah, we're gonna have to play around with this one for sure. I found that these curves are a little bit more. You can move it just a tad bit. Let's try coming actually from the other direction. Yeah, you can see we can pull it down now a little bit better. This is hard. We basically have to get it over the edge so it feels like it's in the air. This is the hardest one right here. Okay. That's going to have to be good enough for now. All right. We got it going on now. The city is growing. We're at, as you can see, 32 possible burgage plots. They're going for the area that I wanted, which is Wildfield. So we're going to have to start getting ready for war. Let's get our first crossbow unit in check. Right now, we just need to grow our population so that we can fight. We're still bringing in the treasury. The manor is almost up. Good. We're gonna have to add one more person now that we're getting the multiple food types, and we're gonna go into apiaries now. So we're just gonna put one person in each apiary. But we have 10 individuals. We need one more individual for this apiary. I'm just gonna place a person on queue. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 apiaries. Yeah, we have a bit of construction going on, but we got 16 living spaces for individuals. We're over the 75% threshold. This is when the game really shines for us, as we're going to just have so much food. It won't tell me how much a crossbow sells for until I get a route. I've always found bows to be the best. Increased costs for crossbows since we're importing, I don't think is going to be worth it. So potentially I will probably sell bows. All right, and our logging camps are now getting full. So we can see here, this place is getting depleted. All the trees are starting to grow back here. We're just going to continue to leave everyone up here. I'm going to boot each of these logging camps down to one person. We're going to take those 2 people. Now we have full apiaries. And we have full production of all of our buildings. This is beautiful. Alright, a band of raiders have appeared, like a magic Pokemon. Alright, Clefairy has appeared. Okay. So we have, it looks like 4 Progrons are going to come from this side. I mean, these are all really great locations. Honestly, this is a good place for potentially a storehouse. I think this is a great location for the joiner's shop right there. We're going to put that guy right down there. See, it's a beautiful, beautiful place we have. Does look like they're gunning for the bridge. Oh, they went past the bridge. Okay, so they're going to go down and they're going to try to attack us from across a bridge. And this is not going to go well for them. There we are. We're going to go into cinematic mode so you can see it all. Here is the bridge battle in all of its glory. Crossbowmen are where it's at. You can see that the crossbows are going to really start mowing people down. Oh yeah, that crossbow wave, that took out so many. Alright, one of the men routed. Might actually be better to get him a little bit back. Further back, they might be able to get some more pop shots off. We're going to send those guys in to help attack. Too bad I can't get like a half bridge out or something. You have to make full bridges. Alright, let's see if there's any position that they can attack from. Sometimes you just have to let them do their thing. Alright. Maybe in the future what I'll do is a V. Like I'll have my men come in like that. And have a little bit of a poke out spot. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to pull back. Because this isn't working. And then we're going to let our units get them. Yeah, we're going to let them in. Perfect. Now we can charge back in to hold the units up. Go. Gotta run the archers. We gotta run the archers! They're so unresponsive, it kills me sometimes. Literally kills me. People literally die. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Once we get more effective units on the bridge, yeah, I'm gonna do Vs in the future. Like, but different kind of Vs. With just a little bit of room that they can look outside. Okay, cool. We're good. And the crossbow came in too. Alright, awesome. We lost a bit of spearmen, but that's okay. Like I said, we're going to get a joiner's workshop up over here and start making spearmen. Oh, but there's a little bit of a bug, it looks like, with the cold. These individuals should be going into the new manor, but they got all weirded out. Alright, yeah, reloading fixed that problem. Fantastic. That's good to know. So if you have that cold bug when you move a manor, just reload the game, and that will do it for you. But let's get some nice graphic views of this awesome. Oh, dude, this is a cool view right here. You got all the people harvesting. You got the lake. You got the cliff. Yeah, this is a great spot. I wish I had a farm like that. I don't wish I lived in this time period though, because you know I'd probably be dead by now. Probably from like an eye infection or gout. There's lots of things to build up. Lots of bridges. It's looking really good. Once we get more houses up and once we get the benders up, it's going to look even better. These are the manor folk. They're just chilling over here, having a good conversation. It's a good thing we have a church right next to us because the war did leave a lot of folk in need of burying. So I'm going to want an additional crossbow militia. And we're going to want an additional spear unit. And then more crossbows. This is going to be our setup. Eventually, I'll get rid of the bowmen. But for now, they're serving a purpose. We'll eventually get into bread production. But for the time being, I'm just going to focus my workers on making sure everything here is perfect. This is what it looks like from the other side of the river. I think it looks pretty dope. So that is the Flexo over there. The boardwalk in our housing. The church in the distance. Very cool. I'm actually going to bump this up to 7 families because I feel like we may be missing out on some berries. May have to do my math on that one. People are a little sad because of the war and the folks that died, but they'll get over it. They always do. Right off the bat, I do want to get another 2 granaries right here, just as an extra precaution. We're going to get one more marketplace up. Gonna look nice and dandy there. And then we're gonna get the tavern up right here. And I'm gonna get a single burgage plot up right here. And the sole purpose of this burgage plot is gonna be alcohol production. 33 too, so we have 5 more burgage plots we can build until we're at 40. And then we want to get all the families in, and from 40 we want to go to 60. So we're gonna try to time this pretty well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. We'll get these guys up, and then we'll have a little bit more room there. And then we'll have some more room there. And then there's also room right here for more burgage plots, and more room right here for burgage plots. And then, yeah, we're good. That will be the peninsula. And this should get us up to, I would say, 60 burgage plots. All right. So I want to get the garrison tower up. We're going to get the garrison tower up right here. That way we can get more retinue out. Time to start grading out veggies. So we're going to want to sell anything over 360. 200 there. Yeah, we're still having a hard time keeping up. Get another horse. And let's get a 4th person on the trade post. All right. So now we're going to sit at 38 and 2. We're going to sit at a perfect 40 burgage plots. Our market stalls are going to be really well optimized. And we have more people than we know what to do with already. I got an enormous amount of people. So I can go into bread production. And every time I go into a new food production, it's going to lower the consumption of other goods, which is good and bad. All right, we're going to upgrade this to a large tavern. I found the large tavern just does much better. All right, so I was having a pretty massive issue with taverns, and it was a complete issue on my side, not understanding it. So the large tavern serves up to 100 burgage plots, all right? So when I upgrade this, it's going to feed 100 burgage plots. So there seems to be an issue with multiple taverns, so it actually does kind of feel like 100 burgage plots is going to be the optimal amount that you can grow to. And that's a pretty high population. There was some weird infighting between the taverns when I had multiple taverns. So we're going to get rid of all the taverns, and we're going to go to this system. Just wanted to clear that up. Do not build multiple taverns unless they fix this, but this should work going forward. We would just want to have everything right here. And we'll just import all the barley right to this granary. And let's upgrade both of these granaries. Got a well there. We got a well here for these houses. Let's see if we can even get a well into this area. All right, we're going to switch out of this area. And then we're going to turn on the foresters here. They should be doing a good job, but it doesn't look like they were set up yet. Go. I just slam them full of individuals. And then over here, we're going to turn these foresters off. We're going to get this area going now. Perfect. Good shape. We have 6 months worth of fuel, so we're going to need to step this up. We're also going to want to get a forester up over here. This one you can just leave on indefinitely. 76%. We have lots of families moving in. We're doing fantastic. And we're going to start importing just raw clay. It's important to set limits on everything that you're doing in the future, but we're going to import barley for now. Buy a route. And we're going to import 10 barley. And we're going to buy a clay route. And we're going to import up to 10 clay at a time. It doesn't matter because we've set a limit. So once we hit, our limit on clay tiles, they'll stop importing. But what you need to do is make sure that you set a limit, which is what I forgot to do last time on your malt house. So we want to set a malt house limit. That way we're not just producing infinite amounts of alcohol. And most likely my malt limit's going to be like 40 or 50, which is still excessively high. And then we can set an alcohol limit too, so that we don't go over like 100. But we want to set limits for every stage of production, or otherwise it will just go haywire. So import stone. This is why I think getting the perk that lowers trade route cost is really important. Let's keep 40 stone at any given time on hand. I think it's time for us to start selling planks. So we're going to sell anything over 100. It's an easy trade item. Got a lot going on here. We need them to move these goods out much faster. And we are eventually going to, because we're going to these crazy populations that I would never go to, we're definitely going to need the markets here. But they can, like I said, market stalls only need to be stocked once. As long as there's food in the granary, they'll eat that first. So this won't be as inefficient as you think. And it's really close either way. This is really, really close. One more storehouse worker, just to get things flowing, right? I like to be a little over redundant because I do have the families for it. We're losing money pretty quick right now, but that's okay. We just need to keep upgrading all these houses. We need to hit tier 3 as fast as possible now. And that's where things are going to shine. We're going to get a bunch of soldiers and we're going to have a big army. Apples are doing pretty good. We're not at maturity quite yet. Berries, you can see, are starting to deplete. We're going to need to get into bread to offset the berry issue. Most likely, I'm going to pull all the flour in over here, potentially. We're going to want our flour production right here, and then I think, you know, we may just do a granary for bread and all that out there. Like, we may just keep it all out there to keep it efficient. Like, I might just make an area with, like, multiple farms in the circle with a granary, and, yeah, like, it'd be cool to have a granary right next to where all the bread and grain is stored. It'd probably be much faster. We might have to use one more person in the marketplace than we normally would have, but the efficiency gain just from not having to cart all those goods all the way is going to be huge. Okay. So we need to put one individual into the forester here. We can see that the firewood cutting is really starting to take hold. Seven months of fuel. No farmhouse. Work area empty. Okay. This is getting a bit crazy over here. Put 3 people. I think what we need to do is start thinking about the future. And the future is telling me get one more firewood cutter up over here. And let's actually come back and revisit this area and put one more firewood cutter up here, because these are pretty close to where storage is, that I think it's efficient enough. All right, we're going to put one tavern worker in. So 1 malt, 1 tavern. We got this burgage plot. These guys are going to get torn to shreds. We have 4 crossbow units. They probably won't even make it across the bridge. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Perfect Peninsula Manor Lords build. So, we have a lot to do. I do want to start working on the defenses. Now, I did try off-screened to wall all the way to the lake end, and I could not do it. So what that means is simply we're just going to build our castle as we see fit. So most likely I'll have a couple of layers of walls, and we're just going to build something that's going to be a good defensive point for this area. And that's fine and dandy. It will be perfectly acceptable and awesome. So let's continue getting the population out. Currently, we have room for 7 plus 2 additional members of our society. We have 10 unassigned families, and we're upgrading a lot of our plots right now to tier 2. We also, just on the last episode, started building a burgage plot for the production of alcohol. This will be a double burgage plot because I'm thinking long term that we are going to attempt to at least get to 1,000 pop or 100 burgage plots, but we'll see where the series takes us and what is possible. I do know that we are going to fill this bad boy in right now. We're also preparing for war. We're getting our crossbow units. We're getting our spear militia. He is taking the last province, so we do need to get ready. Over here, I built a burgage plot level 1. We're going to upgrade this, turn this to a joiner's workshop. So in the blacksmith, what I would really like to do right now is switch over to the production of spears. Once we get the joiner's workshop, we will switch over to the production of large shields. Spears, large shields, get our 2 spear units going. I'm going to let the crossbows finish. I think right now we have a few iron parts. Let me check our inventory. We currently have 26 crossbows available. We're going to switch over to warbow production, and I'm going to start producing warbows up to 100. And we're also going to select this in the trading post as a new trade item. I do need the money. I need the money's bad. So export bows, and we're going to export anything over 30. Now keep in mind, all of our men will be equipped. I like to have 30 to account for anyone who dies. So we're going to get that route up. We're going to start trading everything we got. Now, each family will use a horse. It only allows you to put 2 in the stocks here. So we have 1 person transporting. Anyone on foot will not be able to transport as much as a horse. Someone with a horse can transport 50 units of goods. So that actually allows you to do more trade goods. There is probably a really good way to dial this all in. We don't want to overwhelm what we got going on, but at the same time, these are all imports right here. So all the exports definitely need some help. So let's get things on the road. I think we have a great system here. We have a lot of people. Individuals moving the burgage plot. I'm still having issues with a little bit of a bug where these guys just like being cold, but these are the retainers. Markets per food type we have up here. Ooh, I made a huge mistake. We want to make sure that none of this stuff can be stored here. The only thing, honestly, that I want stored here is meat and berries, and potentially sausage at some point, but meat and berries, that's it. So we're going to switch that out, and we have to get at least 3. I don't think we're ever going to have enough meat to warrant 4, but we'll leave that for the time being, but that's where the inefficiency is right there. We'll get that guy going. We have 100% on everybody. All right. It does seem like we're getting the maximum amount of berries now with 7 families. We need to let all of our families move in so that we can get these guys up to a higher tier. We got malt that's going to be stored right here. Perfect. Malt can be stored here too. I'm going to turn off everything. Okay, everything up here is good. No booze. Okay. So all the malt will be stored here. I'm going to put 1 individual into the market stalls here. And we want to make sure that this place does not store berries or meat. We're going to just inadvertently turn off bread too, just because I don't want to contend with that. Alcohol is great. Malt is great. Grain and flour, no. But everything else is a go. Fish, honey will turn off. Actually, no. I'm cool with honey being stored here. Yeah, that's good. Just the meat and the berries and the bread. And then the grains. Barley is good to be stored here. Eggs are good to be stored here. We're most likely going to convert these guys into eggs because we have really good access to it. And I also want to show that it can be done. I mean, we're a little broke right now, but you know, that's going to change. Cobbler's up. The joiner's workshop we can get up now, but we're going to need some money. Okay, so what we need to do is revisit this. So do I have a advanced roof tile set to 120? I think that that's good. I really would like to have a big backdrop of roofing tiles. We don't have a whole lot of clay. We don't have a whole lot of barley. We have 360 firewood. Veggies, berries, honey is starting to get up there. So I think that it's safe for us to also trade any excess honey over. Our new number is going to be 360. That's just an arbitrary number I'm setting just to make sure that I don't oversell my foods. Okay, we got a good thing going on. So if I don't establish a trade route, minor traders will come, and they can only, I think, haul like 5 or 10 honey off. So it's a disadvantage when you don't buy a trade. But it's going to be okay. So over here, get another ox. There's nothing in here. We definitely want to get some horses near. Now, there's supposed to be 2 horses here. We got a little bit of coinage, but the sooner we get to tier 3, the sooner we get that passive money. We got a lot of things going on. The king's tax is rather high. Eventually, if you don't pay the king's tax, it is actually going to cause approval issues, and possibly the king will come and slap you and get pretty serious. We're getting maximum berries. We're getting maximum firewood. The people are begging outside the church. It's a beautiful world we've created. All right, we have 1 individual, 2 individuals over here cutting logs. This is great. We have the foresters going ham over here. This is wonderful. I believe it is time to start getting some more jobs for people. We're doing insanely well. Everybody loves us. It's the golden age. All right, we got a bunch of iron parts. We got that. Okay, cool. Yeah, now that we're not building crossbows, we're not having to import as much iron. All right, this is Burkish Pot level 2. So I just need our money just went away. Okay. We just need to wait for our money to come in, and then we were going to have a glorious joiner's workshop. Woo! All right, we're going to turn the clay furnace off for now, so we don't have to mess with the clay import. Another thing I should have thought of for the cobbler is we do want to set a reserve for leather equal to the burgage plots we're going to have. So let's just say 100 for now. But yeah, this should yield 500 veggies and 500 apples at a minimum. Looks like they're doing a little bit. Well, that was if they're 0.75. These are a little over 0.8. So it's probably going to be closer to 600 and 600. And that seems to align with what we're seeing. And we're going to have veggies from last year not being eaten and partial parts of them expiring. So it's always going to be a little difficult to determine exactly how much is being produced. But based on the old math and old testing I did, I don't think it changed whatsoever. So let's take a peek at fuel. We have 9 months worth of fuel. So we have 3 individuals here. We're going to go to 1 and 1. And up here, we're going to go to another 1. So we're going to have 3 people in total. Right. Let's get a horsey. another horsey down here. Let's see what we got. We got 5 horses. It looks like 2 are gone, or 2 are reserved. I'm just gonna get another horse. Yeah, it says right there, a horse and cart increases carrying capacity to 50 goods per trip and significantly decreases journey time to nearby trade points. We don't really need another horse, but I just want it. I just want to make sure that everything's coming in. All right. That was unfortunate. We got some money, and then we lost a bunch of money. All right. So we're selling pretty much everything. Stone, but they're not what's pissing me off is they're not removing the stone. We have planks for sale. We have iron. We have barley. Clay. We have berries for sale. 50 berries. Get more firewood. There we go. We got the money right there. So let's get this show on the road. So there's also a tailor's workshop where we can make cloaks and tier 1 armor, but we're just going to buy a tier 3 armor. So what we want is this joiner's workshop. All right, and then the next thing we also want to make is a brewery right here. Cool, level 2. Perfect. Family moved in. That's lovely. And let's get as many level 2s as possible so that we get 1 income per family. I don't even know what the name of this currency is. And I could call it one regional wealth, I guess, would be the most correct term that I could use for it. All right, we got lots of boots. We have more boots than we know what to do with. Everybody's happy. Everybody loves us. It's a great day. Once they get this joiner workshop should go up quick because the freaking boards are right next to us. So that's like part of the reason why I wanted the joiner's workshop and the boiler and all that. And that's why I want boards stored right here, is because they carry 1 freaking board at a time. So I learned the hard way to keep your boards next to production. I know it seems counterintuitive because having a sawmill next to a logging camp seems smart, but then they have to haul those boards 1 by 1 all the way to where your production is. The only way to really make this work is to have your logging industry all in one place. And you know what? We could do that. I mean, we could log right here. We could do a logging camp right here, but I wanted to keep the firewood here, to be honest. So, and I'm not having really any problem keeping up with board production this way. So we're in really good shape. No worries. Cool. So now we're going to craft large shields, and we're going to do that up to 30. And we're going to make sure that we never make shields unless we have 50 boards. All right, this is perfect. Wooden parts, small shields, beautiful. All right, so now the spearman phase has commenced. We are making spears and shields. Going to get our shield units up. We've got crossbowmen waiting in queue. I'm actually going to switch back over to iron part production at some point. We have a few iron parts. Let's actually take a gander. We have 16 iron parts and 4 more, 20. Let's switch back over to crossbows just to get them made. And then we'll go back to bows. We are bringing in the bacon, the money, and the boardwalk is looking sleek as ever. I love it. You can see the carts are bringing goods to the trade post, so having storage right there was advantageous, and having this bridge to get food from the granaries over here is advantageous. It's a little bit inefficient, but I think with the pathfinding, it's wise to keep things there. All right, brewery is getting up now, so alcohol production is going to come in. It is what it is. But you can see, look at that. They're hand delivering the boards. They're waiting their turn patiently. We got 3 boards right there. But yeah, you can see how annoying the board system is. A lot of people are upset about boards, and that's why building feels slower to us now. There we go, 600 apples. Right on the dot, 600 apples. Okay, all my numbers are perfectly accurate. That is a really good feeling. A really good feeling. I was like, what is going on? All right, so so this is probably bringing in about 250 honey, but honey doesn't expire. So year over year, about 30% of your apples will expire. So if I have 600 apples and I don't get rid of them, I don't sell them, and I bring them the next year, like 200 of those apples are going to expire. Honey has no expiration, which is awesome. So other foods you have to produce a lot of, or you have to produce just enough for your city to consume. But with honey, you can produce low amounts, and as long as you're producing more than you're consuming, it's going to, in the long run, gain, which makes it the perfect trade item too. Outside of apples and all that stuff. So yeah, we got veggies, we got berries, we got apples, we got honey. Next is going to be bread. And all those gadgets. So we've got a lot to do, We're going to start from the top here. It's chicken time. The chickening, I don't know, it's not a rapture. It's actually the opposite of a rapture. I don't know what you would call it when things are like sent down. So it's like, have you ever seen the Left Behind series? Imagine instead of like everyone being raptured, if they just remained there and everyone was given a chicken. That's basically what this is. It's the chicketing. I don't know. I don't have a terminology for it, but everybody gets a chicken. Moral of the story. Everyone gets a chicken. I am the Oprah Winfrey of chickens. They can combine food varieties now. It's beautiful. This granary is going to be solely devoted to those objects, though, because as you can see, we got a lot. I mean, we got ale in here. Now, you can tell all your granaries not to hold the alcohol and hope they put it in the tavern, but I don't want the ale clogging up production of the brewery, so I'm going to err on the side of caution and just allow them to store things here in the granary. So now eggs are going to be picked up here. We're going to need one more individual here. So I want to get both of these granaries set up for what's going on here. So no meat, no berries, none of this stuff. Alcohol is okay. Eggs, no bread. Yeah, so the same thing. Same thing over here. No bread, none of that stuff. Barley is okay to store here. Everything else is great because the malt houses are right here. So all of our booze production centralized, efficient, one individual each. All the eggs will be sold in combination with apples and veggies right there. That will help us keep down. Now, we don't need to sell those eggs, but, you know, we want to. And if you want to get crazy technical, you could disallow the selling of eggs completely and then just use them as a trade. Like, you can keep them in the market, but if you disallow them at the market level in every single market, like they cannot be stocked, people shouldn't eat them, but they still might with the way that, actually they still might, yeah, the way granaries work, but they won't eat them on average. In order for something to be eaten, it has to be stocked in both the market stall and the granary, and then it will prioritize the market stall, so it should not be consumed. So we have 28 crossbows, so we're gonna go back to bows. All right, 19 spearmen each, 25 bowmen. All right, so it's just the people. We have a people issue right now. All right, we're doing really great. Retinue's good. We're getting ready for war. So when we go to war, we've got 2 melee. We've got 3 freaking crossbow militia. Actually, really, I'm not gonna lie. I'd really like to get rid of this bowman. He's of the past now. Yeah, we got crossbows. Beautiful. Okay, very good. So once we get, let's see, what do we have? What's the limit we have here at the blacksmith? We have no limit. Okay, that was dumb of me. Do 30 because we have 120 war bows and no spears. Okay, cool. Nice. We got 55 war bows. I thought 50 was supposed to be the max, so that's weird that we have 55. Look at all these items that we have for sale, though. These people are pissing me off. I got these fire Amazon sales and nobody's coming. Everyone wants a war bow. Half off. 2-day shipping. No, actually, it's probably like 2-month shipping. People are never getting their stuff. Again, 1 chicken egg per month. This is enough to feed 1 family per month. So even though think about it this way, each one of these houses will eventually have 4 families. Right now there's 2. So right now these chickens will feed half the families in these plots. When they upgrade to tier 3 and there's 4 families, it will feed 1/4 of the families per plot. That is a big like thing. It's a lot of food. So we're gonna need it. You can see we're going through the veggies, the apples. I mean, we're running the gambit. We've got 100% in everything. Storehouse is getting a little full. I do actually like having all of the common goods stalls for fuel and clothing shared because it does dramatically reduce the amount of stalls that I need. But I think that this is a good setup for us. Like I said, we're trying to marry like productive areas and efficiency, and it's like, you know, we have all our granaries here, all this here, but we have meat and berry production in its own little thing, and it's having a good time. We have a full extra pantry that's not even being used over here, so I could definitely pull that back, or I could overstock the market if I felt like it. And it looks like they're having a good time. They're easily doing all the food up here. We're gonna slap 1 more people into the hunting camp, so that's as efficient as possible. It is now time for us to expand into farming. It's a good day to farm. Now, do we need to farm? Absolutely not. We're grand. Now, can you get barley on the worst territory that you have? Yes, you actually can. As long as it's over 40%, you'll get about 40 per 1 Morgan. So we see these yellow areas here. These are actually decent. So any barley production we can get is going to save us a lot of money. So what we're going to do here is get a Morgan worth. This is 1.7 Morgans worth. Perfect. So I really wish I could get rid of some of these trees. We're going to do this. 1.1. Beautiful. There's a little bit of shit land in there, but that's okay. Everybody needs a little bit of shit. All right, that's 0.8. This road is sticking out. We may have to redo the bridge, unfortunately, because it's sticking out a bit. And it will do this to you. Don't worry. The game may have crashed, but it didn't crash for me. Actually, I don't know if this fertility is good enough, but this is 1 Morgan. So let's check it out real quick. 43%. It's just good enough. It's literally just good enough. 39%. Okay. So let's pause the game. We need to keep the fertility over 40%, or you get like almost 1. You get almost 1 production. Okay, so it goes a little bit too much of the red there. I think what we're gonna do is go sideways. Boom, boom, boom. That's 1. Okay, that's really good. So that with this little bit of green in there, that's 1 Morgan. That's a beautiful Morgan right there. And then right here, boom, boom, boom. Okay, we can do this. So let's go up and then let's go over. It's okay to have a little bit of orange in there. Let's feel it out. 42%, that's beautiful. 43%, perfect. Just keep it above 40%. Keep it in the yellow if you can. All right, that's going to be 40 barley. Boom, right there. So we're going to try to get as much of this as possible. Now, it really would be nice to have a road that comes out and goes through some of this stuff. So what I'm going to do, now that I know that this will work, is I'm going to bring my road out. Let's just build this for now. In case we need to delete anything, I don't want to have to redo all this again. So farmhouse here, farmhouse here. There is actually some usable land here, but that's okay. Farmhouse here. And then the most important thing, a granary for bread, a marketplace for that bread. Do a big stall for no reason whatsoever, just because I like clear areas. Granary, market stall for bread. Windmill, we're actually going to need, in my opinion, a few of these bad boys. I think when we cut the trees down, the efficiency will go up. But let's make sure. So I'm gonna bring my foresters down into this region. We're gonna need, I think, at least 2 communal ovens, and then we're going to take these logging camps. All right, I'm gonna hyper focus them in this area. I need to remember I did this. I'm just gonna do 1 so that if in case I forget. Okay, so we need to clear this area out and see what we can do with the windmills. But let's get that stuff at least going. Okay. So what I ended up doing was putting 9 fields down for wheat and a little more than I wanted to for barley. But what we have is over 40%. Some of them are 37, and I'm just going to play around with that. But just, you know, follow the green, follow the yellow. Yellow is actually better than you think sometimes, but lots of good land. We made some roads. We have the farmhouses all in here, which should be ample enough for everything. I may end up putting 1 more farmhouse over here to help out with barley, but I think this is good for now. We have a lot of families in these homes down here that are going to come over to work in these areas here. So this is really, really good. Pretty good synergy. What we want to do though is limit the time it takes. So bridge to the farmhouses. We're just going to have a lot of bridges in our city. It all adds in. But yes, anything I can do to make it so they don't have to walk zigzag lines is going to make my life a lot better. And we're cash positive again, except up here in the treasury. So that's great. We are making bows. All right. I'm going to switch back over to crossbows because we need to continue to equip our men. Spears are on the up and up. All of our families have moved in. We have technically one more plot. But what I would like to really do right now is just get to tier 3. All right, so I was having a pretty massive issue with taverns, and it was a complete issue on my side, not understanding it. So the large tavern serves up to 100 burgage plots. All right, so when I upgrade this, it's going to feed 100 burgage plots. So there seems to be an issue with multiple taverns, so it actually does kind of feel like 100 burgage plots is going to be the optimal amount that you can grow to. And that's a pretty high population. There was some weird infighting between the taverns when I had multiple taverns. So we're going to get rid of all the taverns and we're going to go to this system. Just wanted to clear that up. Do not build multiple taverns unless they fix this, but this should work going forward. This lady is transporting stones. They don't drink stones. You crazy freaking weirdo. Like, do they want stones, sir? It's like they want booze. Give them the booze. All right, so we're gonna try a V formation this time. So we got our Mighty Ducks flying V over here. Let's make sure, because they're gonna just run in and start burning things to the ground. So we gotta send someone to wave at them and insult them. Should be able to shoot them as they come in. This is probably about the lowest I can get them. These guys are going to get torn to shreds. We have 4 crossbow units. They probably won't even make it across the bridge. This lady is running for her life. She picked the wrong time to go home. All right. Yeah. Crossbows are stupid. They're like muskets. All right, guys. They really want to get those kills in. There's plenty of kills. Right. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, this is disgusting. This is like watching The Last Samurai. Alright, crossbowmen over there are gonna unload now. Oof, that was wicked. Yeah, they're able to shoot pretty well. So the flying V worked pretty darn well. They're able to shoot in. Ooh. Yeah, they're hitting the stragglers. Alright. Well, none of this is necessary. These guys are definitely good enough. Okay, cool. Well, we know that strategy works. That was beautiful. Now the church has a lot of bodies to bury. Alright. We got our point. We're going to do better deals. That's going to decrease all of our imports by 5. And then we're going to go into trapping and advanced skinning next. And that's going to help us out in the meat front. Food is not an issue, but if we're going to grow this population... Look, we have 20 eggs. But lots of honey. We're trading honey. We're trading veggies. A lot of apples. We're trading everything. So we're doing great. And once we get this barley coming in, things are going to really start taking off for us. And we may even build up this area a bit more. But we're going to see how crazy we can get it. No survivors, man. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the next chapter in the Perfect Peninsula build. In the last episode, we recapped that currently there is a bug. Hopefully by the time this patch is official, it will have remedied, but taverns are taking ale from each other. Now, a large upgraded tavern can facilitate 100 burgage plots. So, until they patch this, there is a slightly artificial cap of 100. Now, some people have placed their taverns very far apart to slightly remedy this, so that it is not a consistent flow. But yes, 2 taverns right next to each other will just go haywire. So be very careful with that. We're going to go with the 1 large tavern. Everything is grand. We do have our burgage plot set up with a production limit of 160 ale. We're going to get all of our houses to tier 3, which is fantastic, because as you can see, I have a lot of unassigned families, and we're doing incredibly well. Now it's time to get into more production. So we're going to put 4 families into each of these farmhouses and let them go crazy. Very, very nice. We have a lot to farm, a lot of barley. Barley that we're producing is going to substantially reduce how much money we're spending per month. We may even get to a point where it's fully self-sustained just through here. We'll play that by ear. You can see I have 810 apples. That's because some of the previous year's apples are now being thrown into the pot. Berries is great. We're starting to accumulate some eggs, so eggs is definitely a good source. But then again, you can see that I do have a granary worker coming to transport eggs. So it's like you have to realize that there is a logistical cost when you do all that stuff. So I kind of hate eggs for that reason. But I think eggs make a whole lot more sense in a region where you're trying to export like meat or berries, right? Eggs are beautiful for low population, but it's a bit redundant and overkill. So over here we have a granary that needs to be upgraded. We're going to have a bread-only marketplace behind all of this. So here, or I guess we decided to go over here. So what we need to quickly do is make sure that only thing that we're doing for this location is selling bread. And then once this market granary is up, we'll make it so they only store certain things here. We have 2 ovens. Very much overkill. We have our foresters getting this area cleaned out so that we can get windmills up. So we can see that the efficiency is still impacted by the amount of trees around us. Gonna let them keep doing their thing. Let's see, who is the gentle folk for this area? Let's get this a little bit bigger. All right. So we need the ox to keep moving these logs out of here. They're doing a good job. I don't know if we're actually getting close to a point where we're full up on wood. We are. So I'm going to need to expand my logging camps. That's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to create a bunch of storage. Very, very, very good. And then over here, the manor is up. We are not able to wall perfectly the whole strip. They can still go around it. So personally, I think it's just kind of pointless to make a weird looking castle. What we're going to make is a good castle. A good, weird looking castle, I should say. So let us start with how I want to do this. So we can use the outer towers to help position things. Let's face it so that everything is fantastic. All right. This is actually probably good enough. And we can move these towers at a later point, which is awesome. All right. So this is really decent right here. So what we want is a walled section that kind of aligns with everything here. I want to get as much as I possibly can of this back area. So we got that. We're going to need a lot more stone. Let's get this up. All right. So we got ourselves a nice little circle here. It looks like we actually do have enough stone to do this. So let's get this go on the road, and I'll rearrange stuff in a little bit. So once this tavern is up, which it is, we're going to put an overstock. We found that keeping an overstock feature is good. I mean, once I hit 50 burgage plots, it's not going to matter. But you can see I have 40, 10, a 10 overstock is actually all that's necessary here. Let's do 11 because I have 39 right now. And so I have not had issues storing alcohol in a granary. You can disable this, but then personally, I think it causes issues. So we're going to leave it alone for now, and we're going to get all of our booze up. We have a positive treasury, which means that we're paying our annual royal tax. It also means that we have a little bit of money to pimp out our retinue, who are in good need of a fashion adjustment. But I'm hoping that at some point they give us a button that upgrades all, because I absolutely hate having to go through all this stuff. I also would like the ability to do a customize all, at least for colors. So everything is great. We have more than enough horses. We've assigned our horses. And it does take a little bit of time for them to get kind of caught up with everything over here. So we have a good influx of things, 51 and 53 barley. So we're producing 100 barley over here. Our import costs are going to go down. That's going to mean I'm making more money, which means I'm able to tax more money. And as I get these houses to tier 3, we're going to generate an additional 1 revenue per family. As they destroy more trees, this will be better. So what I'm going to do is just set it down, and then we're going to go into the advanced tab once more. And we're just going to really dial it down in this area right here. Put it right around where we're going to be doing things. Perfect. So let's fire all. It seems like it actually automatically switched out what I had set up. So what we're going to do is just go through every single apiary, fire everybody, make sure that there are no working apiaries, and then we're just going to manually reassign. So this individual is a forester and a warehouse worker. I don't like that he is a warehouse worker. So I'm going to fire people who I don't like. Trader, forester. I'm cool with him being a forester. Not cool with him being a time-sensitive job, though. A hunter and a granary worker. He should definitely not be a hunter, and this person should definitely not be a granary worker. Okay, forager, forester. I got it reassigned a lot of stuff. So okay, let's see. We're in good shape. Trader and a tanner. I don't want this person being a trader, so we're gonna throw him into there. We got a couple more jobs. Tanner is fine. All right. And then we got a lot of windows up. Let me get these all done. Okay. And this individual is two warehouse workers, which is awful. So we're going to place these guys right there. Okay. So I think we're good there. Firewood cutter, unassigned. Warehouse worker, granary worker. I don't like either one of those, but for the time being, I think what I'm going to do is actually make him a malt house worker. Make this person also a malt house worker. We will have a stockpile, and as long as there's 2 of them in there, but it's going to be a little weird. And what we also want to make sure is that we're using the fuel reserve. So I originally didn't want that, but I have to find something for them to do. And then I just fired a bunch of people. But that's all I'm going to do. I don't really want to show you all of that because it's self-explanatory. You just need to go through and make sure your veggie workers are in jobs that are not time sensitive. So that also could have been causing some of these tavern issues here. A storehouse near here. I think this is a good idea. Hopefully they don't bring too much firewood over here. I wish that I could set the quantity of firewood to be brought. So we can place it right here. So this is going to be a potentially good or bad setup right there. Let's get the granary upgraded. Get this up. All right, we're in good shape. You can see that we got a lot of barley coming in. We got an enormous amount of wheat coming in. And we got a lot of people who need jobs. So once we get some more stuff up, we're going to be in good shape. So over here, we want to X out of everything are these grand things like such. Flour, grain, wheat, rye, and barley. I don't think we're ever going to go into rye, but I'm going to leave it up anyway, just to show you guys what you need. And then we're going to go through our handy dandy list of people who are potentially unemployed. So we got 2 farmers there. Unassigned granary worker. Perfect. So put a granary worker up. Nice. We got the efficiency bonus. Let's go see. The castle walls are now up. So this is really easy design that I'm going to be showing you. Essentially, we're just going to, instead of doing the Pac-Man, I found you can literally just do another gatehouse. Like just like this, and it's just as effective, if not more, and it looks a lot nicer. Now we can also move these guys around so that the towers actually look like they make a little bit more sense. We can throw them into the wall itself. It's kind of chaotic here because we have so much wood blocking everything. Let's get at least 1 more, and these can be as short or as wide as you want. I'm going to make these guys just a little different. There we go. So now we have the 2 areas. This should allow us to do quite a bit. I'm actually going to make this a little bit more elongated. Archers can shoot right through the wall in the current system. So yeah, you just line them up. They come in. You have multiple stages where you can hold them in this area. This also allows the trade carts to move through without too many hangups, but this will actually cause some issues, so it's kind of annoying. But that's why I don't, if I wanted to make this ultimate defense, I would stagger them for sure. It looks like I should probably drag those walls. So what we need to do is also cut down all of the lumber here. Yeah, we're going to need to cut down a lot of these trees. So I'm going to put a logging camp right over here for now. All right. It looks like, oh, it looks like the forester is planting trees. Actually, no, it looks like the trees are actually just growing back naturally. That actually kind of sucks. Just pretty much indefinitely. I'm just going to keep 1 dude in there. All right, 1 dude in there. We're going to alternate now. Leave the 1 man there. And we'll put 1 more guy up in here. Foresters. I'm going to break both of these down to 1 for now. Let's see if we can just get away with a few less foresters. All right, and the rain just damaged all of our freaking crops, but that's okay. We got barley coming in just from our fields now. That's going to be a huge save. And this storehouse is going to work extra hard to get firewood, but that means that all of these people are not going to have to walk down here for firewood, and that, I think, is going to be a huge deal. 1 or 2 people throwing firewood up from this area using the overstock feature. This is where the overstock feature comes into play. Since we're already putting these food stalls in here, I'm fine with them overstocking foods too, because food stalls have no spoilage. We're just going to put an absurd overstock of 20 on this area. 4 families on a plot like this is overkill. That's why I like these plots, because they're really good, and because the families can quickly do all this stuff, and because food is eaten from a granary before the market stall. It's really not that big of a deal. So most of the barley is being stored here. I'm actually going to remove barley from being stored here so that it's stored in that other granary that we have up. I think it's worth it for them to move. Okay, and we're going to put 1 dude we're actually going to put 2 people in this windmill to get things going. Now, if I could alternate every other year, I would, but I really don't want to micromanage all this stuff. Ideally, you would have 4 fields so that you could do 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, because then I could alternate like this. If I had a 4th slot that said fallow, then I would have them alternating every other year. But I don't have that, so I have to lose the whole thing. Otherwise, you have to go through and micromanage every single one of these things, and it's just so annoying. But our goal right now is to get to 60 burgage plots. We have more than enough families to absorb a lot of cost. So I think it's time to do the 2 benders. Especially because it's going to take about 4 years for the apples to come out. We're going to do this. We're going to lose a bit of a corner. We're going to get all this land. Alright. We're doing a little bit of a modified design. This is actually completely unnecessary, what I'm doing here. But I want to do it because I can. These are actually really good benders. These are some of the best benders I've ever seen. And you can do them any way you want. I could actually do one this way. This was kind of cool. This is actually really interesting. The mirror looks really interesting. Interestingly enough, you could actually just do 3 plots like this straight down, and that wouldn't be terribly, terribly bad. Wouldn't be the best that you can do, but it wouldn't. Okay, this is why you typically need to stick to designs, but this will actually work just fine. Okay, storehouse is up. So the storehouse here is only going to deal in firewood. And we have the overstock mechanic on, so we're gonna put 1 individual in here for firewood. And his job is going to be to run firewood from all the way down there to all the way up here. It's going to be quite fun. All right, so alcohol coverage is 100%. We got our 50. I mean, we're doing beautifully right now. We have just an absurdly good setup. Spearmen, we have enough to facilitate everything there. So we're going to go back into iron part production and focusing on crossbows. And you can see we have 163 eggs. Because we're not eating all the food we're producing, so a lot of them will spoil. 245 bread. Honey's through the roof. Veggies are through the roof. We're stupid. We're stupid good shape right now. What I want to do is just put a bunch of houses in here. So we're gonna go for 20 more burgage plots. Yeah. I feel like we could fit a lot more than that in here. So we need to figure out something that's gonna work. All right. This will be a perfect 2 with extensions. I love the corpse pit. It's just the greatest thing ever. The greatest. Yeah. There we go. I want to fit as many houses in here as possible. So this is how we're going to do it. There we go. I don't know if we're going to be able to fit... Oh, we were able to do that, but yeah, it's going to have to be 1. Well, let's try from the other angle. That is a shame. That is a shame. But you know what? 1's better than nothing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we got plenty of room. But we're going the distance now, and we have a lot of room over here too. Oh, geez, Louise, they spawned right in my region. Okay, we got to get all our guys into position, which is amazing because we had a lot. Okay, they spawned right on top. They're gonna burn down. They're going to burn down some of my wood. That's okay. They're going to have a hell of a time getting over, though. It is just an immense amount of units. Looks like I killed one of my ox. But yeah, these crossbows are going to annihilate them. Oh man, yeah, they're dropping like flies. This is beautiful. Yeah, these bridges are basically a death trap for the enemy. Well, it looks like the retinue did their job. They got them so they couldn't see. Good thing we have 2 spear units. But yeah, they didn't stand a chance. Beautiful. No survivors, man. Oh my god. That was a slaughter. That was not that wasn't... Yeah, I think I broke some war... Those some war crimes committed right there, man. All these plots are doing great. We're gonna do veggies and apples here. We do not need to do this. This is purely insanity. And we need a lot more lumber now, so let's get to it. Let's come back up over here. Luckily, they didn't burn anything down. I'm gonna get a bunch of guys in here. We need to go crazy. And we do have our common good soul. Look at that. They got it full of firewood. So now everybody has firewood right in the heart of the city. It's beautiful. And we need to focus on... Stop building... Maybe I need to stop focusing on building burgers plots, and I need to focus on everything else. Because we got a lot of people. But let's do it. Let's get this place humming. So we still have a bunch over here. We need clay tiles now. So let's go back to trade, crafting materials, and import raw clay. Okay, so the joiner's workshop here. We don't need to do large shields anymore, really. We're just going to leave it there. They're going to produce up to 30. So that guy's just basically going to get paid to do nothing for the rest of his life. The forester here, I think, needs more people. And we need to hyper-focus this area. Forester up here is, in my opinion, fine. Foragers are doing fantastic. We're more than keeping up with all the berries, and everything is great. Alright, we have 10 barley left. How much freaking booze do we have left? 23? It's amazing how quickly these people go through alcohol. So yeah, we'll need to... I'm gonna come over and actually increase the amount of barley that I'm purchasing up to 30. As long as I have an alcohol cap, I won't go too crazy. So let's increase that to 30. Boot everybody up. Pack station with no one in it. Oh, it looks like I got 2 apiaries over here that I forgot about. I'm gonna throw people in. Alright, and then the manor is done. But we're gonna need to put 3 people right here. This is actually great, all things considering. And let's carpet clean this area of wood so that we have field of view. This area over here desperately needs to be cut down too. So I'm going to take 2 individuals here, and we're going to hyper-focus this area, get it war ready. Just so much trees. But yeah, you can plant trees in your area. It's pretty good. Unfortunately, I think these guys have gone to join Christ forever. I don't know if I can get them unstuck. Maybe if I reload the game. But that's okay. We're still powerful. We don't even actually need them. I can hire mercs, and I can do all types of stuff to offset that. Alright, yeah, so bringing firewood, very much a feasible thing. Yeah, it costs like an extra worker, but everyone just runs to this stall to get their firewood, and everybody's happy with that. So let's see, let's check it out. This dude over here is sick. Going to get a drink, Tanner. So these aren't working yet per what I understand. The forager and herb gardens. The herbs are supposed to help people. Let's get one going. I stopped doing them in the recent patch because they were just accumulating in large amounts. And I have other goods that I prefer to sell. Once they rehaul trade, like a lot of my strategies are going to change. Like I'm going to be anything I can produce for trade is going to be produced. But I've just been kind of holding off on it. Yeah, I have 3 people in here. All right, so we're good. We've got the booze coming out the wazoo. We got our pantry full of alcohol. And, I mean, they're drinking it. They're guzzling it down like there's no tomorrow. They got problems that they're running away from, but we're doing great outside of that. Outside of my alcoholic population, we are doing very, very well for ourselves. And it looks like we have 50 constructed burgage plots, so we have room for 10 more. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can have weird plots. There we go. There's our 60. So 50 constructed, 10 under constructed. There's a perfect 60. We got ourselves the whole peninsula pretty much filled in. We got our combat area. We're going to speed this bad boy up. Well, what I would do is I would take this region and just start mass producing barley. You got a lot of good things. You got fish over here. And you have salt. You can trade that for sausages. You can do this and that. There are some glitches going on. This is beautiful, though. 740 honey. I am trading honey. Trade literally cannot keep up with production. This is what makes large cities not feasible in the game right now. Like, realistically, 40 burgage plots is amazing. It's just amazing. You can have such a high population and make such a vast sum of money. We have a lot of money right now, and I want to get over 75% so I can get 2 families per month. I'm going to reduce my taxes temporarily to 5%. And that will get us to 76 right there. Perfect. We're running out of families. We're running out of people. We have 29 living spaces, so I'm cool with 0. Problem is that logs and all that won't be brought in until more people come. We're gonna up the booze makers to a bigger plot. They deserve it. Primarily, the thing that's missing for us is clay tiles. There we go. We got the clay. We got everything coming in. Everybody's happy. Get another ox. God knows what reason but me. We're at 100% food variety easily. We're not even using eggs, as you can see. I'd have to create a specific market for eggs and then overstock it for eggs to be put into a market stall. So that's what I mean, is that you really can overkill it quite easily. Eggs really only make sense to me if you need a fourth food variety of greatness. So all I'm going to do is just make clay tiles, wait, make clay tiles, wait. But I know in your heart of heart, you want to see me conquer the nation. So let's go to war. Let's take a region. There's no mercenaries available. I don't need them. I have 4 crossbow units and spears. We don't need anything. We're going to annihilate the king. He can bring every person he has in the world, and nothing is going to save him. Yeah, you can see that they're freaking out a little bit. The game starts to kind of get weird on the lake map. The other maps work just fine, but the lake map is definitely having issues. We got a lot of living space, a lot of families. Okay, let's go to war. Let's start a fight. Starting a fight is fun. Okay, this is where the fight's gonna take place. Let's go over there. Oh shit, they're gonna meet me right in the battlefield. Oof, I did not expect that. I might have to fight one army and then fight another, because what's gonna happen is I need to run here to start combat. I'm not gonna make it. Alright, once I get in this circle, the war will start. I need to run and get in this circle. Okay, cool. Now we'll only have to fight one battle. That's beautiful. I'm gonna run these guys back. Luckily, I was able to get the retinue into position. Crossbowmen are also in a good spot. Let's space these guys out a little bit more. I'm going to flare them up just a tad bit. Give them a nice little angle. And we're going to run for our lives all the way back. Let's watch our crossbowmen at work. Oh, they're sending in the retinue first. This is beautiful. They're about to get bolted. Oh, this is going to hurt them bad. We could take the retinue out. It's like having muskets, man. And they're going to start running sideways, which means they're not going to get their full defensive properties. Yeah. This is just war crimes all around. Ooh, we took out like 5 of them there. Okay. Yeah, the pond is doing really well. Oh no, they're running across it. Okay, we broke them. Alright, let's keep it up. Now we need to shoot all these gents. I'm going to actually send this unit over here. Looks like they're going to try to come around the side on us. We just got to keep shooting them. We're killing lots of them over here. The Battle of Fish Pond has commenced. Oh yeah, we're getting those sideways shots now. Those are brutal. They're not going to survive. Alright, we broke both of them. It looks like now we want to flare our men to the opposite side. I did not expect to kill everybody that quickly. This is great. They were just instantly broken. Okay, let's do this. Let's push forward on these individuals. We got crossbowmen, they got bows. Oh, yeah, we're annihilating them. That little volley right there just took out so many of them. Oh, man. Okay. We're going to win this battle. We just need to kill everybody. Yeah, and there's like a little bit of a breakdown. Okay, cool. Battle over. The Battle of Fish Pond was very victorious. All right, so we got food there. We got salt there. We got everything a growing boy needs. It's February now. It's winter. Wait till March to set up our people. Holy cow, that is a lot of dead bodies. All right, so what we're going to do now is wait for these bodies to disappear. Otherwise, we're going to come in here with 40 unburied bodies. So we're not going to do that. So let's wait until these bodies are gone. All these new plots, we're gonna have multiple families in. This is gonna be pretty nuts. And yeah, we could go eggs on all of these. But like I said, I just feel like it overwhelms the granary workers. And I already have made a city that produces a dumb amount of food. Literally at this point, I'm just throwing bodies into the design to eat up the food I've made. And this just goes to show you that food is exceptionally easy. Taking it to this extreme is completely unnecessary. But I wanted to show you guys how to do this. Going forward, I'm probably going to be building a perfect 40 burgers plot city. Dialed in. Most likely it is going to use not the Flexo, because the Flexo is meant for like 60. The Flexo is meant for 60 burgers plots, and it's also meant to trade. And it's also meant to stand the test of time. This is completely overkill. I am kind of like working on a marriage between a couple designs that I'm like... I have this like dragonfly or turtle thing that I want to try out. It'd also be kind of cool, I think, to show more organic designs. Like, this is really dialed in, but what's important is not the design so much as how everything works together. I didn't need nice things, you know. Sometimes you just need all of your favorite possessions to be burnt. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Manor Lords, the final installment in the Perfect Peninsula campaign. Today's video, we're going to finish getting everything up to tier 3. We're going to halt at 60 burgers plots simply because there are some things that I have submitted patch requests for. Currently in the game, if you go like around 80 burgers plots, it just starts to break down. And instead of wrestling with all the issues that I've heard about, I'm just going to hold off till the official patch. I also want to say, probably by the time you see this, I actually do already have a perfect city idea. That is a modification of the shield and actually the Flexo and the Rondo and the Bender, all kind of concepts from each of them, kind of wrapped into everything. We, on the other hand, have taken over this region, and we're creating the clay tiles to upgrade everything to tier 3 currently. But I also need to make sure that I am building out this new province, and I want to show you guys why the hell I built a pack station here. And it's to trade whatever I have the most of. It seems like veggies or honey even seem like kind of a no-brainer. So let's get this show on the road. All of the bodies have disappeared. You can just wait it out, but do not place... when you take a region, I think a mistake people are going to make is that they immediately put down their camp. Because I did it, and I had to reload a prior save. I was like, oh my god, this is awful. So we're going to do a plentiful town here after the bodies have been removed. And we're going to keep going. Now, another thing I want to note is you get a big old pile of 20 of everything. Firewood, blah, 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 blah. You also get a big... there's also 20 logs. If I were to place my logging camp down, they will just immediately start hauling logs into the logging camp. So what I've started doing is just building appropriate infrastructure first. So I've arranged my roads in a way that we're going to maximize the barley around here. You can see there's a few more places I could build. The majority of barley is going to be around here. I'm going to have a granary storing... my granary is right here, storing all the barley. That's going to mean that the mule is going to travel from this destination to this destination. Now keep in mind, I don't need a mule in this place in order to get the goods. I just need one. So we don't have to worry about getting mules up or buying anything or the people involved in any of that. What we want to do is just basic stuff. We want to get a granary up. We want to get a storehouse up. We want to get a marketplace up so that we can get the wood and everything else. Okay? And then we want to get up a couple of houses. I'm just going to do... or let's just do 3, because this will give us 1 extra family worth. We're just going to do that real quick. That's going to give us the first families that we need. Perfect. Okay. We're also going to build ourselves another hitching post. And the very first thing that I'm going to do is slap that up to highest priority. Granary will be very high. And storehouse will be high. And we have plenty of food. Then we also want to make sure that we have food. And then once all these buildings are up that I'm about to do, then we will go and we will get more logs. Because I had so much resources, we have plenty of logs here. If at any point I dramatically screw up, I can always walk it back by deleting any building. So let's go. Let's get this hitching post up so we can immediately order ourselves another mule. Sorry, not mule, ox. I'm a mule's on the mind right now. All right. We'll get a granary up. We'll get a storehouse up. Cool. Get 1 individual in there for the market. This will immediately get us into the bonus territory once we start getting the food and all of these things in here. So while we're accumulating clay tiles for our tier 3 development, we're gonna hammer out this new little settlement. Royal taxes increase. We're doing fine on money, not too worried. Am now gonna go get a logging camp up. So let's upgrade all of these bad boys. We have the Fisher hut up. We're gonna put this to 1. So we want to do 2/3. I'm just gonna be lazy. Let's do 220 and we'll call it a day. All right, we got fish coming in. All right, we're doing great. Probably want to get another ox, but get another family spot. All right, that's going to give us all the family spots we need. We could easily go eggs. I think eggs make a whole lot of sense with these small settlements because that one egg, you're going to get 1 egg per month, and there's 2 families in here, right? So it's like, boom, right off the bat, you got yourself a food source, but you need boards. So next thing we're going to do is get up boards, and we're actually going to get boards up right here. Since boards are moved 1 at a time, I really do like it right next to the storehouse. I mean, the log, it's not that far of a distance for them to get logs. Let's make sure that we're making this land for us nice and neat as possible. And so another good thing about the eggs is it means I don't need to delve too much into food sources. I do want to get this place up to tier 3, but on the other hand, I also want to make sure that I'm making a lot of barley here. So let's get the woodcutter lodge right there. Fisherman's going crazy. Got chickens and all those guys. I got chickens over here. Get some chickens. And these when we're done, so we're just doing eggs just to see how well it does. We got a lot of eggs, but I really don't like the fact that the granary workers are having to run for eggs. So if I were to do this again, I would probably put all my eggs in one place. Or one basket, as they say. Or I think they say not to do that, but in this game, I would recommend that you do put all your eggs in one basket. It will save you time. Okay, woodcutter. Let's get the woodcutter going. We don't want to run out of firewood. It's also a great early game trade. So we got the fish. We got everything coming. So now what I really want to do is just get this population booming and get to a point where I can get us into farming. So let's just do it. Let's just make as many homes here as we can. This is actually pretty good right there. 3 more homes. Gonna do it. I could have cut this off and probably got 4 homes in there. Actually, I probably would have got a lot more homes in there. That's all right. We don't need to go too crazy here. We only need to go partially crazy. And let's move the hitching post down here. Got some more storage room over here. Ba-boom, ba-boom. Okay. I do want to start getting some boards. Once I get enough firewood for the year, we got 17 months worth of firewood. No longer need that. Get the saw going. Let's keep planks to a healthy amount. We could also start selling planks as well. Make sure that we reserve up to 5 timber, and let's get ourselves some Jesus. So this is actually a pretty good spot for. I guess it's not a pretty good spot. Okay. We're gonna place this on. Not enough goods. Okay. Yeah, we need the boards. I keep forgetting. Boards have really, like, thrown me off. Just because I keep forgetting I need them. Alright, we're in good shape. Got a bit of coin. Yep, we could upgrade the granary, but we're going to hold off on that for a sec. Got a lot of food. Everybody's doing good. If we stick to 10 burgage plots, I think we're going to be doing really well. Because we'll only need 1 leather maker and all that kind of stuff, or 1 stall for everybody. Leather making and fuel. So I'm gonna put the leather maker right here. Yep, 16 boards. We're actually gonna have to upgrade this storehouse right now. We just have way too much stuff. Let's double up. Burgage plots. We have no. Yeah, I need to let them kind of catch up. We're doing great. Let's get the chickens going now. Want to make now we have a pretty solid 2 food types between the remaining bread and all that. If we just start mass producing barley, everything's going to be in our favor. Get these barley fields up. All right, so you can see we have some really nice areas for barley here. We're going to do, of course, 1 acre or 1 Morgan. Let's make these as nice as possible. Perfect. Let's put it in a place that no one will care about. This is actually right here. Decent little spot to put it. Always up it if we need to. And okay, we have the road there. Awesome. That gives us a nice little loop-de-loop. Love the loops. Okay, let's get going. All right. Got plenty of room now. Got 2 spots and 3 more coming. All right, got 6 families. That's just really gonna hold the value of the real estate here, I guess. All right, slap that up. Potentially even get ourselves a couple more hitching posts. We're doing wonderful. All right, now that the church is up, let's see, how much stone do I have? 50? All right, let's upgrade the granary when we get a couple more wood. Only for the reduction in spoilage, but you know what? It's only 1% more. But I mean, it's like a 50% reduction in spoilage because it goes from 3% to 2% per month on most goods per average. But it's not crazy important, to be honest. At this stage, when you have a lot of food, it really adds up. But yeah, this place is looking really good now that we've deforested this whole thing. It looks awful. I gotta make, okay, we gotta, operation make this place not look so bad is go. Let's line it with shrines. That will make it look 10% better. I don't know. Some arbitrary percentage. It will actually act as a, cosmetic wall. I don't want to mess with these areas because this is where I want to place individuals for fighting. I guess I could have put a few more things in here. I wasn't thinking. We're just gonna line this little area here. It's gonna potentially confuse some of the AI though. I'm a little worried about that, but we'll be okay. We just gotta make it look pretty. We gotta make it look pretty for we're putting on a show. Alright. Cool. And then, yeah. I'm just gonna line it. It's the only decoration I have. I mean, I'm fine with them not adding more decorations until, you know, I'd rather them focus on, like, the really important stuff. Just getting content in the game, but gotta make it look a little good. Alright. I mean, I could do boardwalks and stuff, but I want my men to be able to hit the sides of everything. We're doing really good, though. We just gotta make sure that everyone's doing their thing. Okay. Don't have any residencies here. Almost got all these guys up to tier 3. The only other thing that can go to tier 3 are these houses over here, but they really don't need to. But when did that ever stop us? We're gonna do it all. I want to show you how many people you can fit in 60 burgers plots, because it's quite a bit. 40 like, most of my designs are gonna be centered around 40 burgers plots, because even 40 burgers plots is a stupid amount of people. Just way too much. But yeah, we can do chickens and everything here. I mean, they're not doing crap all anyway. We don't need the food. And most of this food is just being thrown onto the streets to rot, but it's just another way of rubbing it in the faces of all the other goody two-shoe towns. How affluent we are. We throw food. We're so rich, we just throw food on the ground. It's a beautiful place. I think they call it California, but I don't know. Like, are you hungry? Well, we have laws against giving you this food, so we're just gonna throw it on the ground to rot. Well, it's too terrible for your consumption. All right, look at that. We got people going. Let's put one more individual over here. I'm just gonna overdo my farms because I can. I have 22 people sitting around doing jack all. That's actually pretty nice. We got it gives it I don't know. It just makes it look a little more pointy. It doesn't do much. It's doing it for me though. I don't know. I feel like maybe we should put more churches here. Like, I don't need the churches, but like we need something to go here. Okay, we're gonna do one more church there, and then we need a little bit more stone. We're importing stone, so I must have just oh, I'm not importing stone. There we go. Let's start importing stone again. Here we are. We're beautiful. Yeah, but the 3 churches there. I just need something because it's making me feel bad. Making me feel bad for that part of my base. It's all deformed. Sad. All right. So we got 84 barley here. Now, here's the problem. The king's tax is based on how many families you have. So it's like, ideally, I wouldn't want even go past tier 1 with these people, but there's a huge cost to not going to tier 3 with these folks because I'm not milking them for every, you know, coin I can get out of them. And if I go to tier 2, I might as well just go to tier 3. We may need to do a lot more barley than I originally anticipated. We may just need to make this the most drunkest, ruckus place in the world. All right, cool. We're gonna put one more farmhouse right here. Yep. So we're gonna get our booze on in this location. It's just a given now. And we have stone over here. I'm just gonna place the stone guy over there. I don't care if they have to cart it one at a time. I'm not even gonna bother with the animals because we're pulling in so much eggs and fish and all that jazz. We do desperately need to get a trade post up, and I'm gonna put it right here next to all the storage. And let's slap this granary up now. We're going to start pulling stuff in. We got 40 stone, we got tools, we got planks, we got everything we need. We're going to need we're going to need a couple individual burgage plots though. One for making booze. They don't need to fight. I already got my army. One for making boots, one for making booze. Got the logs going, we got the church going. Everybody's happy. I guess. I don't really know. I don't ask questions. Just get more chickens in here. Chickens make people happy. Everybody needs a therapeutic chicken. I almost want to get one just to go on planes, because if people can have dogs on planes, like as their, you know, whatever they call them, like their anxiety pet or whatever the heck it's called, I want a chicken. Do it. Let's make this happen. 2025 is a brand new year. Chickens for all 2025. Okay. So we're going to trade anything over 80 planks, since they can be traded without a established trade route. Actually, let's establish a trade route. That's the cool thing about small villages, is you really can start getting away with a lot of the sending out a lot of resources. Fish, for sure, we want to start exporting. Anything over, say, 100 and 120. So we'll sell our excess fish. We're going to spend our point on advanced pawn keeping to double the population. So now it's 700. Well, that's easy. So that's 230. To do math in my head. Math is hard. 0.67. 471. And I said 468. Yeah. I do simple math. Like I break down the numbers and then I take a third of them. So 471 is actually ideal. So we're going to do 472. Oh, that's 4 off, man. Ugh. Okay. Well, we got barley out the wazoo, which is the best place to store barley. Let's do barley in the second here instead. This is a set it and forget it. Technically speaking, alternating every other year would be the best way to do this, but it doesn't allow you to. I've asked them to add a 4th year so that we could, because then you could do alternations. You could even do lots of cool things with that, but nobody listens to me. Unless I'm making weird designs. Alright, so this is barley in the second. This is barley in the first. So we're going to go barley in the first on these 3. The reason I'm doing this is so that when all the farmers are done with one field, less of a trip to get to the next field. Alright, so that's 6. And then these 6 fields are all going to be barley in the third. So we have an enormous amount of barley that's going to be coming in. We're going to be getting all types of flosh, hammered, chiseled. I don't know about chiseled, actually. Schmarred? Is schmarred a word? I don't know. I think I'm just making up words for getting drunk. I don't think anyone gets schmarred. Okay, trade post is here. So we're going to start selling firewood, too. Firewood is especially very good. So let's do that. And I need to get the gentleman back into firewood. We're going to do anything over 100. We are going to buy a trade route for that. We are going to buy a horse. And we are going to pet the horse. It's our horse, and we can pet it. Those are the rules. Alright, let's get these up over there. And let's get these hitching posts upgraded. Beautiful. Alright, things are coming along. We got our therapy chickens. Every household. He's got, and you can tell that they approve. It's not there in the math, but I can feel deep down inside that they approve. And that's where the best knowledge comes from. That deep down feeling that you're right. Alright, farmhouse is there. Logging camp definitely needs to be moved now. We're going to move the logging camp over here. Beautiful. And I probably want to move a few hitching posts now. All the way over here. Move the big ones. Small ones. I'm just going to leave. I'm going to put 2 up here and leave the rest. That's great. Actually, I'm not going to leave the rest. I'm going to put it right here. The saw pit. Okay, perfect. All right, we got it going on. I just need to get the people into the farmhouses. I'm gonna put 2 people in there. We are going to look at the woodcutter, get the woodcutter going. We got the tannery going. We have everything we need. We have a total of 8 burgage plots, so that's really good. We need to hit tier 2. In order to hit tier 2, I just need to get water access now. You don't get any negatives from not having water. I don't know why. Apparently you can ignore your need for thirst until you realize that you're worth more in life. I don't know. I don't understand the water, like when a person needs water. But for this game, it's when they find Jesus and they want to go to tier 2 homes. If you want a nice house, you have to drink water. I'm still learning. All right. So we're gonna have to. Okay. So we are gonna have to get the hunting camp up just for the meat. This is gonna get tricky. Some people suggest using shrines because they don't remove trees when you place them down. So you don't deforest the whole area. There we go. Yeah, we moved them over here. This is actually not gonna work too well. I only need them to work well enough, but they're gonna run away from people. When they're over here, so we're gonna roll with it. I'm gonna place a road so that people walk around like that. Okay. I'm not gonna connect a road to it so that I don't want people to take that road up there. All right, but yeah, we need to start getting them animals. All right, let's put 1 person in the logging camp. I want to make sure that he does not impact the area of animals. He's only tearing down this forest. Okay, so hopefully we're not getting attacked. Now we're going to be in a point where we may have to fight, not from our wonderful bridges, but out in the fields. I mean, we have a kick-ass army. But if the bandits go for my other region, I'm going to have to intervene. And I don't know where the heck the bandits are. Oh, goods looted. Okay. Yeah, I can't see them. But they're burning shit to the ground, so that's cool. Invisible bandits just burning everything to the ground. It's a beautiful day. Forecast is son of a bitch. Gonna have to repair all this. There they are. That's cool. I didn't need nice things, you know. Sometimes you just need all of your favorite possessions to be burnt to really just appreciate the cool things that you have, like this thing. And yeah, they have a hard time pathfinding with rivers. As you get bigger, the operations become clunkier, even on a good computer, even with good frame rates. This stuff will be fixed. Like, don't worry about it. But yeah, it's the clown show. They just burnt it all. I didn't have a chance. That's one of the reasons why you want to have a retinue in your territories. Like, even if you don't want it. Pissing me off. Yeah, they're not even gonna make it. They're not even gonna get close enough to attack me. They're just too pathetic. Burning down buildings, jerks. Oof. Yeah, they're getting tossed. I think this guy's running in place. He's just trying to Kind of just not get shot. He's zigzagging. Alright, well, they're all dead. Well, that was cool. Lots of buildings burnt to the ground. People's entire livelihoods upended. All of the people who did it have died. Horrific, horrific deaths, choking on their blood. It's a glorious day in the medieval world for us. Get these churches up. It's going to cost me a bit, but I want the finest churches here. Only the finest. We got a lot of clay tiles that have come in, so let's keep this train going. I want to make sure I'm sticking above 75%, so that we can keep getting these families. As you can see, look at this. I have 34 families just like having a blast. It's gonna get harder and harder for us to meet our alcohol needs. It's just unending. That's cool. I'll fight anybody's army, and I don't even think I can get merc units. The bot, like, it's all jacked up. Okay, I'm ready, man. Okay, so we gotta run all the way over here now. I don't know where their forces are coming from. We're gonna walk it so that we have stamina. And I'm not gonna let him pansy out of the war, though. He's gonna have to fight me like a real man. I could fight his army here. Then we have to fight another army. I'm actually okay with that because I really like fighting. I don't want to die. All right, we're gonna have to run into position because this is just sad. All right, over here we're depressed, but we're you know, we're giving it our best shot. The chickens are helping out. Everybody's doing the best they can. The fish are depressed. That's gonna suck because it's gonna actually cost quite a bit to get that going. My gent is over here, about to start the war. Everything is going exactly to plan. Not really. All right, we're getting a hit from the west. The units are all jacked up, dude, and it is actually going to drive me nuts, but it's okay. Crossbowmen are going to do the Lord's work here. Look at those side shots. That's not going to end well for these guys. Yeah, they just dropped a few of them. Shit. Right. Do it, do it, do it! Volley it! Okay. Okay. I'm pulling them back. Because the Lord is coming and he's angry. There we go. Yeah, that's gonna leave a mark right there. Not too concerned. Ooh, look at those forward shots. Those are nasty shots. Let's hit this unit before they get to us. Come on. I wish there was a slow-mo mode. Here we go. Ooh, they didn't do a good job. All right. Well, we are sufficiently surrounded. Let's pull all of our units back so that they can shoot properly. They're too close. We're doing great. Our gentleman over here. The war has not started, so I still have to fight multiple wars. And that's awesome. Archers are moving along the side there. Face them there. Shoot them. Shoot them. He's gonna run out in front. Beautiful day for all of us. Come on, men. You know you want to shoot. Screw it, we're just going to shoot these guys. There we go, come on. Yeah, beautiful. Oh yeah, look at that. We just killed 4 knights. Ooh, more than 4 or 5 knights. Come on, guys. Alright. Let's get these archers now. Spearmen need to go forward. These individuals are all about to die. Crossbowmen are stupidly overpowered. Oh, jeez, dude. That was so savage. Just shot them all in the back. I like it. Alright, now we can push forward and kill these dirty archers. Definitely should. We could get armor. I feel like I have to play with handicaps, like, to make it fun for me. Like, I can't wear armor or anything. Like, I gotta run out there like the historically accurate 300 Spartans who totally never wore armor if you read any history book. Never. The Spartans weren't like one of the most heavily armored units at all. They got it so freaking correct, man. It's amazing. Spartans had some of the most sophisticated, like, fucking sets of armor, like, for their period of time. They were not out there with their nips glistening in the sun. I do enjoy the movies because they are pretty badass at the same time. You can't expect anything to be historically accurate these days. Okay, they're broken, both mentally and spiritually, I hope. We're going to get rid of our spears and let them recuperate. That's why I keep a little bit of weapons on the side. We're probably going to have to go back to spear production once more. But yeah, the drought is hurting all of us, mostly emotionally. We'll pull through it. We're going to go back to spear production. And the bowyer's doing good. The joiner's workshop will now get to work on large shields. I really do not want to encourage these individuals. There's a lot of families. We still have room for 40 more families. We're at 424 pop here. It's only gonna get way fuller. So let's place ourselves in a weird formation and just wait for the enemy to come. Yeah, this is looking pretty sweet. Tier 3 homes just really look a lot better than everything else. They really make the village seem better. Here comes another army. Alright, so they're coming from down yonder. So we need to position ourselves. I want as little field as possible. We're gonna get a negative from being in the trees, but there's a weird glitch going on where you're in the trees no matter like, how well you try not to be. Right, I'm gonna put 3 families in the farm. Let's see if they can get any work done. I doubt it. We're gonna need a full set of families. And they call them a crossbow militia. They have no special equipment. They just have crossbows. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Alright, we're getting full rush by retinue. They're getting machine gun fired. Ooh, we got a few knights right there. 1 or 2 more volleys and they're gonna be going down. Oh my god. That is brutal, man. That is brutal. We've already taken out almost 10 of them. Oh god. Oh, there goes the retinue. So that's how powerful freaking crossbows are. They can take a whole rush. Oh yeah. I love crossbowmen. They're the more the better. I would honestly do all crossbowmen and a retinue army from multiple kingdoms if I were to make my perfect army. I would. Spears are nice, but like if you just had all retinue and 6 crossbowmen, holy cow, would you kill? All right, so here comes another group of brigands. They're all gonna get wiped out. Broken. Okay. We don't even need the protection. I wonder if you actually could just literally get away with your retinue and a bunch of archers. Or crossbowmen, I should say. There more? Alright, the archers here are gonna get eviscerated because they have no protect. These guys actually have helmets, but no armor. Alright, well, let's shoot the charging swordsmen that are heavily armored. Oh, dude. Yeah, you can see that they're hurt, but the second wave is where it really goes in, because they're hurt right now, but... Come on, man. Shoot! Shoot! Show me you're strong! There we go. There we go. Oh, that was nice. They broke! Ooh, they broke right before they hit. I wonder... Yeah, I do wonder if you could probably get away with it. Alright, well, they're gonna die now. A big wave of crossbows is about to come over here. We just knocked down a bunch of men. Beautiful. Alright, down to 8. They're not even really hurting me. Oof, and broken. War is over. Alright, retinue is going to stand guard over here so we don't have another burn down incident. Not right there, sorry. Right here. Need to make sure we have some kind of protection. Alright, we got 3 families. We just need to keep this going. And we have 25. Just enough to get a Nox at 20. Oh yeah, that's right, 20. I don't know why I'm thinking 30. Okay, perfect. Alright, we got ourselves another Ox. That's really going to help speed things up. We got ourselves 2 individuals getting logs now. We have 19 timber, so we actually don't even need that. Literally just needed that extra Ox. Tannery's going, fishing's going, small stables is going, the saw pit is going. Church is up. We need more stone, so let's get a gentleman over there. We're going to need clay, and we're going to need clay tiles if we want to make any kind of upgrades. Another good reason to not go too crazy big. We're going to need stone for clay tiles. Just get that up for now. But yeah, we just need to get families in here. Once we get enough families to do 6 fields, we're going to be in business. We'll take everybody out of farming because it's winter time. Oh, let me see what we got going on here. 25 timber. All right. We desperately just need money. Having everything burnt down kind of set us back. It kind of set us back a little bit. These houses haven't even been moved into. We have 35 living spaces, 44 unassigned families. Yeah, it really does. Like, even... Okay, so here's the deal. I have 43 burgage plots occupied. That's 3 more than 40. I have 45 unassigned families. 45. I really hope that they put market stalls at 30, because I think 30 burgage plots is actually, like, super ideal. 20 is just a little too low, but, like, 30 is a lot, and 40 is just insane. It's just an insane amount of people, especially if you get all of them up to tier 3, which you really should do, because you want that passive wealth. I mean, we're not struggling whatsoever to pay taxes or anything. Food is a little harsh right now, but outside of that, we're in really good shape. And once we start trading the barley for other things, it's going to be a huge adjustment. I think this is a trader. He's like, yeah, people are like phasing in and out of the ethereal realm. There's definitely some things that need to be patched. Chicken. Okay, and these guys are special. There's burgage too. So we want a cobbler. I guess we lost our tools somehow. That doesn't make... Oh, because then they stole everything from the... Yep. Of course. Of course. Good times. Alright. Well, we're going to need shoes. We're going to need some more boards for malt. But we'll get there. Nice. 46. Okay. Get another ox. Perfect. Okay, get these 2 houses up. 1 house up. I need to build some more. Oh, okay. I think I'm going to move this hitching post because it's in the way of where a house could go. All right, we got 8 families. This is great. We're in good shape. Right here is where we want to be. We're going to have more than enough families for everything. Need to get these guys to tier 3, but that's going to be tricky. I just need to get it. Honestly, I just need to get us hot. Running out of food. How are we running out of food? The drought did not help because you only get 50% of your population. So the drought really screwed us over. We're not getting fish anymore. The eggs are actually keeping this entire village alive. Okay, what do we have? Not much. Cool. Alright. Yeah, coupled with the village being burnt down and the drought, we are now finding ourselves in a really funny situation. Do it once, just come in with a bunch of food. Typically I do veggies and apples, but I don't want to do that in this scenario because once I do get things running, it's going to be kind of silly how much food we have. Cool, we got things going again. We just need to keep the chickens. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, chickens make a whole lot of sense for your small towns. When you have money coming in, you can build up an economy real quick, but... all the other stuff, they don't make a whole lot of sense to me. Cool, we have 3. Alright, so now I'm going to put 8 into farming. And that should be just enough to get everything going in time. 2 more families out there are really going to help out. And there's really nothing I can do to get food. Honey, I need around 4 to 6 people to start getting honey going. Oh, yeah, everything else is just going to take too long. And we're going to get 50% again, and that's going to give us 150. I really need to let my fish population get back up. I also need people to not die. Conundrum. We're going to fish. I'm going to fish it down to 200 for a second. Man, that hurt. That really hurt my feelings. It hurt the village, you know, hurt my dignity. But yeah, 472 is where we want to be at this level. But let's just get some food in. I'm just scared. Pop out a second. So we got eggs, we got meat, get a little bit of fish. 488. Okay, cool. We're there. We're back up. So 472. So we're gonna get a little bit of fish, but we'll get one more jump in May, and that one little jump in May is gonna be a huge. We're gonna go a little crazy here with 10 families. That should be more than enough. Once I get 1 harvest of barley, we're gonna be in good shape. So I think we can actually already get this set up. So we're going to go to our pack station. We're going to order ourselves donkey. We'll want 2. Our barter partner is going to be wild felled. We're going to be sending... Oof, what do we want to send? Apples, no. Veggies or honey, yes. I think I'm going to send honey. Since honey has no expiration, no spoilage when it's in a granary, it's going to do really well over there as a food supply, which we desperately need. And in exchange, I will humbly take an absurd amount of barley. So it's a 1.5 ratio. So it says barter value is 2. You get 2 firewood for every iron. So when moving things between regions, the exchange values of goods need to match. For instance, if you exchange iron, 14 silver per unit. For firewood, it is 7 silver per unit. So this honey, we should be getting, for 50 honey, like 75 barley. If this is all right. Let's slap a dude in there. And let's see what he does. 55 families sitting around doing nothing. Like I told you, we're going to have more people than common sense. Just the way this stuff works. So they're going across the sticks. We're going to have a pretty good store of barley. I rather overdo it than underdo it on farming. I just want to get it going. Food is cutting short, but once we get the honey coming in, it's going to be a lot of honey. 377 leather, 14 ale, yeah, 20 barley. I mean, it all adds up, as you can see. So I think in the trade post, we're going to come back over here. We're going to set this to 50 now. Got a lot of people, a lot of hungry folk. They want more stuff. I have 160 odd families. We have a population of 507. I have 57 people sitting around with no jobs. For sure, what I'm going to end up doing is just overdoing farmhouses to make sure that they are extremely efficient. Even going to get another windmill going. Get some more people in the communal oven. Get extra bakery slots. Good. And then over here, and our other guy, we're going to get another firewood guy up. Like clothing's at 90%, so we need to throw one more individual into one of these storehouses over here for clothing. Let's do this gentleman here. Perfect. All right, we're in good shape. Get those 100% back up. There are, yeah, we screwed up the animal spawn. As you can see, this is another glitch. We scared them permanently, and so they've left. People came in and pushed them down. That's something that they're working on. There's not really much you can do about it. As you can see, we have 40 out of 40 there. Oh man, this has been fun. I hope you guys have learned some things about the game, but this is why you should probably wait for the beta test to be official if you're on the outside. I'm fine with all this stuff. I won't lose any sleep over it. We're going to have a nice... This is a crap yield. The yield after this is going to be somewhere like around 500 for sure. We're going to have to get some veggie production going. And unfortunately, this is an awful plot, but it's going to work. Fine. I just need to get a little bit of food in here. Alright, we got our first haul of barley. Over 60. So once we get the mule, then we can go out there. So we can see, yeah, 2 of them just went on foot. So they're go-getters, man. As soon as they put it in the granary, they went by foot. So we can see that he's transporting barley. He gave like a couple of honey, so I think he's only able to carry 1 or 2 barley. Oh my god, that is so stupid. But once we get the mules, man, it really starts to blow up. But we were able, as you can see, to trade the honey and get some barley. That's really going to help us out, but we need a lot of barley. 35 ale, 143 barley. We just had a big harvest. And unfortunately, it won't show me how much they have. But this is just to go to show you that everybody contributes. It's why you really want to get the 2 donkeys. There he is. Finally. One of the dudes finally got wise to the donkey. The mule. Thawman. My glorious Thawman. We're going to follow him all the way there. He got stuck on the ass of an ox. Yeah, there's definitely some pathfinding issues. But you know what? Look at this glorious mule move. I do like that these mules are a lot more reliable than waiting on trade. And if you get enough of them going, it's great. It's a very glorious thing. The mule is now going to the granary. And you can see here we have not a whole lot of food left, but see, we have 2 honey, so let's see how much he brings over. Should bring a lot. We should get a lot too. That will tell us whether this is going to be a good trade for us. All right, 15 honey. So he dropped off around 15 honey because we had 2. The donkey got stuck. And he probably has like, 20-ish barley from that. That's not bad. Pretty good synergy over here. So a little bit of honey keeps everyone over here fed. If I switch out vegetables, that's why I do recommend 2 pack stations for sure. So I would honestly maybe even do 3, and then you could trade veggies, apples, and honey for barley and bring all that barley back. You can do as much as you want realistically. But everyone here is sloshed, which is fantastic. And we are getting all the tier 3 houses. Okay, so the only thing to do now is get everything up to tier 3. And we've pretty much done it. It's going to take a considerable amount of time for everyone to move in here. We're at 532 pop. Let's speed this up. You can see, though, the food system I have worked. We got wheat, we got barley. We're doing great. It's definitely worth growing your own barley. You just have to make sure you have 40% and above fertility, which is the yellow land. I've had situations where I don't even have any yellow land, though, in an infertile region, so it sucks. But the barley town is working. To be honest, these yields are going to be much higher. They're going to be like 70 and 80 per. We're looking at hundreds of barley per year being produced. The first years always kind of suck, just simply because they have to plow the fields for the first time. Like this is going to suck, you know what I mean? But once it picks up, it picks up. Don't ever get freaked out when you looked at the first yields on farmland. It always sucks. Now that we have continuous trade coming in to exchange, foods for barley, it's going to really help out here. We have our guard up there. I don't know what happened to this plot. I'm pretty sure I built it. That's weird. I must have just went crazy. That's actually kind of a funny house. We're not going to do that. There we go. That works for me. This is just a rinky-dink little plot. But yeah, the stuff's starting to phase together and stick together. I have a really amazing design and plan for when the patch is official. But that's how mules work. That's how you would do all this stuff. I feel like I've done everything that I wanted to do, so I think we're going to end the series right here. Unfortunately, I'm just having some weird crashes now, but it is glorious. It is amazing, and thank you guys so much for watching.